correct. That's correct.
Yeah. I mean, we've got
Okay.
to spend today.
Okay, it's 8:30. Ja, whaatalofa atu le mamalu malpaia wa fia nei tai au. To lo le mamalu lau fionga le minstal tanga wengo tupe. I note that half of those who were present yesterday are not here. It's obvious that they had a good night last night. So Nisambola Vinaka, Namaste, Malo Ililei, Kia orana, Whakalofa Laiatu, Malo Ni, Chamorro, Whakalofa Hatu, Hello Olketa, Maori, Ekamoe Omo, Talofa, and warm Pacific greetings. Honorable ministers, leaders, and delegates from the 15 Pacific countries, development partners, diplomatic corps, United Nations agencies, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to day 2 of our Pacific Regional Conference for Early Childhood Development. My name is Iono Dr. Alec Ekiroma. I'm the Director General and CEO of the Ministry of Health. And I am honored to be your Master of Ceremonies for today. First, I want to extend my heartfelt thanks to my brother and colleague, Chris Hazelman, for his inspiring support and leadership in guiding yesterday's deliberations. I trust that you are all feeling refreshed, re-energized, and ready for the rich discussions and connections that lie ahead today. As always, we begin with a spirit of unity and reflection, grounding ourselves once again in the shared values that inspire our work for the well-being of our children, families, and communities across the Pacific. To start off in the right spirit, let us open our day with a prayer. Let us bow our heads in reflection. Loving and gracious God, we come before you this morning with thankful hearts, grateful for the gift of a new day, grateful for the warm fellowship and the opportunity to gather once more in unity and shared purpose. We thank you for each person here, for the wisdom, commitment, and passion they bring to the noble work of nurturing our youngest children and shaping a future grounded in love, health, and opportunity. As we begin day 2 of our conference, we ask for your guidance. Bless our discussions with clarity, our hearts with compassion, and our decisions with wisdom that reflects the hopes of every child in our region. May we continue to listen deeply, speak kindly, and collaborate with humility. Let the spirit of the Pacific, of family, community, and respect be felt in every word we share and every step we take together. Bless our efforts today as we commit ourselves to keep our promise and pursue our collective vision. The promise that together we work towards a Pacific region where every child is loved, protected, and empowered, nurtured by families, supported by communities, and guided by systems that put their well-being first. Dear Lord, bring lasting benefits to our nations, our families, and above all, our children. In the name of Jesus Christ, amen. Yesterday's ministerial dialogue powerfully reaffirmed our region's collective commitment to the rights and well-being of our young children. From the adoption of national ECD policies and strategic frameworks, to expanding maternity leave, improving parenting support, and integrating ECD within the broader development, education, and climate strategies, ministers highlighted bold steps already taken across the Pacific. We heard strong emphasis on protecting language, culture, and identity, strengthening data systems, reaching remote communities, and elevating the role of caregivers. A common thread was the need for cross-sectoral collaboration, sustainable financing, and coordinated support within countries and across the region. Today, we're building that momentum to further shape action and accountability for Pacific children and their families. The supporting papers, some housekeeping announcements now. The supporting papers from Professor Aisha from the University of Harvard will be available on the Pacific Child website. Charging stations for your computers are on the left. Later on in the morning, I'll invite the CEO, Loau Tonina-Va'a, CEO of the Ministry of Women's Community and District Development, to present a brief summary of outcomes from the ECD Frontline Workers Summit, the first such summit that was held yesterday. Did you want to present it now? Okay, so she'll present that summary now.
Chairs of the Pacific Regional Council for Early Childhood Development, honorable ministers, delegates, all protocols observed. Talofa with a smile. But before we share the outcomes from the Pacific, the first Pacific ECD Summit for frontline workers and caregivers, it's important to reflect on why both the summit and this high-level forum matter. Real change in early childhood development requires both top-down leadership and bottom-up action, as we heard all throughout yesterday. Policies alone are not enough, nor can frontline efforts succeed without the support of that leadership and those systems. So that is why this week we brought both voices to the table, those who lead and those who lead daily in the homes, classrooms, churches, and villages of our children. The following outcomes are the honest reflections and heartfelt recommendations of the 150 or so frontliners and caregivers across the Pacific that joined physically as well as online, those shaping the earliest years of life from the ground up, from the pretty papers we have to the exceptional action at the grassroots level. They are offered now to inform, inspire, and enrich the dialogue of the honorable ministers and leaders from across the Pacific region. Pacific Early Childhood Development Summit 2025 Outcome Statement, held at Tate Conference Center, PSR Moore, and the theme, Our Children, Our Heritage, Blue Pacific Resilience Through ECD Leadership. Session 1, Strengthening Cultural Identity in Early Childhood Development. First, early childhood rooted in culture. Incorporate Pacific cultural values in early childhood development from birth, inside the home, and early learning curriculum for children to develop a strong sense of identity, belonging, and pride in their heritage, which creates clear and familiar pathways for instruction. Second, empowering families and communities. Strengthen traditional parenting through clear guidelines, inclusive programs, and outreach that revives practices such as infant mat weaving, promotes Pacific language use, and encourages shared parenting roles between mothers and fathers. Parents, families, and communities are supported as the first and most influential caregivers. Third, inclusive and culturally responsive early childhood development services. All children, including those with disabilities or neurodivergent needs, have access to inclusive, culturally grounded early childhood development services. Early learning centers integrate cultural activities, Sunday school values, and traditional knowledge while ensuring early identification, accessible services, and parental support, reflecting Pacific's community to equity and resilience of every child. All education facilities have training and policies to create a safe and inclusive environment for children with disabilities. Fourth, compulsory attendance for early childhood education. Participants acknowledge the importance of early learning for all children and the need to lower the legal compulsory age of education from 5 to 4 years old. They recommended mandatory enrollment for 4-year-olds in early childhood education and a law to enforce this. Session 2, community engagement in early childhood development. Revitalization of traditional support systems. 5, Communities acknowledge the importance of reclaiming and adapting traditional cultural and faith-based practices to strengthen early childhood development, fostering a renewed sense of ownership and intergenerational responsibility in the upbringing of young children. 6, strengthened community government partnerships. There was a unified call to action for increased investment and collaboration governments and communities, ensuring that early childhood development policy implementation is grounded in local realities and supported by accessible, culturally resonant models of care and education. Session 3, building climate resilience in early childhood development. 7, climate realities embedded in early childhood systems. Participants affirm that climate change is no longer a future threat, but a present and ongoing reality for all Pacific nations. As such, early childhood development strategies must incorporate climate resilience as a core component, ensuring that planning, infrastructure, and service delivery are equipped to respond to extreme weather events and environmental disruptions as a norm. 8, community-centered, culturally grounded approaches. The session underscored the importance of designing climate-resilient early childhood development interventions that are deeply rooted in Pacific cultural identity, traditional knowledge, and village structures. Participants call for stronger engagement of the traditional systems such as the Matai councils, women's groups, and local governance in co-developing solutions tailored to the Pacific's unique context. 9, education and traditional knowledge as tools for climate action. There was consensus on the need to revive indigenous ecological wisdom and integrate it into modern climate planning for early childhood development. Alongside this, participants emphasized the role of inclusive, accessible climate education through songs, stories, visuals, and child-friendly language and formats as a key strategy for building awareness and resilience from the earliest years. And 4, session 4, inclusive education, disability focus. So number 10, strengthen commitment to inclusive access and early identification. Participants acknowledge critical gaps in early diagnosis and access to services for children with disabilities, particularly in rural areas. Urgent need for national screening programs, improved access to prenatal care, and the integration of early detection with community health outreach. A need to expand our Ministry of Health services throughout the Pacific and encourage pregnant mothers to attend regular checkups as part of inclusive early childhood development. Outcome statement, prioritize teacher training and policy enforcement. The group reaffirmed the importance of quality, of equipping teachers with inclusive education training at both pre-service and in-service levels. Recommendations include increasing the numbers of teacher aides, embedding inclusive practices into tertiary curricula, and enforcing school-level access policies. Participants also highlighted the need for implementing the commitments under the CRC and the CRPD to guarantee every child's right to education. And finally, renewed advocacy for public awareness and community-based solutions. Participants underscored the persistent stigma around disability and called for stronger awareness programs for families and communities. Promising practices such as multi-language information hubs, Braille and sign language resources, and strengthened referral systems were identified as scalable solutions. Strengthening collaboration between ministries, referral systems, and translating key resources into local languages were proposed as immediate steps towards equity and inclusion. God bless. Faftai telelava, soifua ma manuia.
Those were very important deliberations next door at the summit, and I'm sure Loau will circulate those to the delegations. Okay, so our first session this morning is a video presentation called Online Protection and Safety We Protect, Global Alliance Delivery of Special Remark on the Importance of Protecting Young Children and Their Caregivers from Online Child Abuse and Exploitation. It is an important, increasingly important issue for our families and young children in the Pacific, online safety and protection from exploitation. While they could not join us in person, our colleagues from the We Protect Global Alliance have shared a special message with us. This brief video highlights the urgent need to protect children and caregivers in online spaces, a challenge that continues to grow as digital access expands across our region. Let's take a moment now to listen to their message.
Hello, my name is Stephanie Quintao from We Protect Global Alliance. Our job is to work with over 320 member organizations across the world to protect children. We share knowledge, we find solutions to help create a safer digital world where children are free from exploitation and abuse. We are so glad to be included in this year's forum, where several of our members, Samoa and Fiji included, are represented. The internet has become an essential part of children's lives, offering limitless opportunities for learning, connection, play, and self-expression. However, it also presents significant risks, including cyberbullying, privacy violations, and online exploitation. The crisis of child sexual exploitation and abuse online is escalating. The National Center for Missing and Exploited Children has reported an 87% increase in the volume of child sexual abuse material since 2019. Children are increasingly at risk of online exploitation, making immediate and coordinated national action essential. Through our research, we've uncovered a child can be groomed and harmed online in as little as 19 seconds. Protecting children in this digital space is not just a responsibility, it's a necessity. Our organization, We Protect Global Alliance, brings together governments, private sector, civil society to develop tangible solutions. One of them is our Model National Response. Our Model National Response framework provides practical guidance to our members on how to take a holistic approach to keeping children safe online. It recognizes that alongside legislation and policy frameworks, we need law enforcement training, working with the tech sector, and we need to build awareness and education with teachers and parents alike. By implementing this framework, you can enhance regional cooperation and strengthen your national response. Part of today's forum is for Pacific children to reach their full potential and to build a future for themselves, their communities, and the Blue Pacific continent. This can only happen if we protect and empower them. Whether through advocacy, policy change, or simply amplifying their voices, we all have a role to play in making the digital world safer for children. Please visit weprotect.org to learn more about our frameworks, our various resources, and to join us as a member in protecting children in the Pacific and the world. Thank you for being a part of this movement.
We thank We Protect Global Alliance for that video. So our next topic now is we begin with the first theme of the day, a strong Pacific family supporting parents and caregivers. This theme recognizes the vital role that families, parents, and caregivers play in shaping the well-being and development of our children, and the importance of drawing from our cultural roots, traditional knowledge, and community support systems to strengthen that foundation. To introduce this theme, we're honored to welcome Dr. Francis Wakauta, Team Leader for Culture and Development at the Pacific Community. Please join me in welcoming Dr. Wakauta to the stage.
Oh, I point to you. All right. Thank you for the warm welcome. Your Excellencies, Honorable Ministers, ladies and gentlemen. I apologize if my voice is a little muffled. I seem to have caught a little bit of a cold, courtesy of the wonderful weather that we've been experiencing. But of course, we know that the rain nourishes the earth, and ecologically, it's a good thing, so we really shouldn't complain. I have been tasked with providing an overview on Theme 1 and a bit of context to the technical paper that has been circulated. I'll be drawing a lot on the work that we do through the Culture for Development program at the Pacific Community, the support that we provide in applying the people-centered approach across CROP with our member countries, and the lessons learned from many years of research in the application, the design, and evaluation of culture-inclusive and faith-based approaches. I'm a teacher by profession prior to coming to the Pacific Community, so some of you will remember me from my days at USB, 23 days there, 23 years there, I should say. So my style of presentation really is drawn from our Pacific storytelling. So very much a Talanoa dialogic style. So don't expect to see lots of graphs and percentages. We're going to have a conversation to talk about the things that really matter to us. Theme 1 reminds us that everything begins in our homes, in our churches, our villages, and community. And we all know from our lived experience that child rearing in the Pacific is communal, spiritual, and relational. We also know that the colonial experience and early violence of Christianity in the Pacific has led many of us and our own people to believe that our culture is evil, at worst, and at best, it's something that hinders our progress. And so it's only today that we're starting to see this way of thinking change. And so I begin with a little bit of context. It's a very exciting time in Pacific development history because for the first time we're seeing a new development consciousness emerging. In the past, culture was seen as a barrier to progress, but today our leaders have come together recognizing and committing to the critical role that culture can and should play in Pacific development. On this slide, we see a selection of key regional policy frameworks which capture culture, beginning with the 2050 strategy and the Pacific Regional Culture Strategy. And then, of course, we have PACREF, we have the Sustainable Tourism Policy Framework, we have the Framework for Resilient Development in the Pacific, and then we have the Pacific Island Framework for Nature Conservation. We have the Pacific Youth Development Framework, which is now in progress. We have the renewed commitment to gender equality. We have so many others that can't fit on the slide. I just have here several to just emphasize the point that there's a real shift happening. And so that provides a very strong political will and foundation for a culture-inclusive, faith-based approach to ECD. One of the lessons that we've learned from the work over the years is that when we prioritize culture as an enabler, we have to be very careful not to romanticize cultural practices and traditions, because that becomes a dangerous and slippery slope. We know that culture can empower, but it can also be misused. And culture inclusion only really works when we confront its complexities honestly. A culture-inclusive approach should not be used to shield harmful practices. It should help us harness the values, beliefs, and practices that uplift, protect, and nurture our families, our communities, and our children. From birth, the child's home is the first school and community, shaping their understanding of what love looks like and what functional relationships feel like. The Pacific models of good practice that we create must include parents, caregivers, and extended families at the very center of ECD design and delivery. We have all seen how a one-size-fits-all model for development doesn't work. And we've heard the call to acknowledge the diversity of contemporary Pacific families, single-parent households, teenage mothers who face stigma and isolation, urban nuclear families, and those living in informal settlements, many without the traditional safety nets of extended community support. What happens to them? How can we harness culture for their benefit? They all carry distinct needs. When we say no child left behind, it really requires innovative, multi-layered responses that can reflect these diverse needs and challenges. Yesterday, we heard about research in the early years. And today, I'd like to share with you this very sobering slide so that we might reflect on some of the socio-cultural challenges affecting our Pacific families, children, and youth. Because this is the backdrop that we are challenged to think about and to design and develop new Pacific models of hope for ECD. We also heard yesterday that many of our people carry a lot of anger. Did you know that psychologists tell us anger is a secondary emotion? It's a coping mechanism that allows us to regain control. They tell us that the real primary emotion behind anger is sadness or grief. And by allowing us to feel sadness or collapse in grief means losing control. So maybe we should be asking, what's behind all this anger and disruptive behaviors? What are our people so sad about? What are the unhealed traumas that our youth are holding on to? What is the unresolved grief manifesting in these destructive ways? And how can we harness culture to enable these sensitive conversations? What role should our faith-based organizations, our churches, and civil society play? And you'll see some very troubling stats up there, and I have removed country identifiers so that we can all reflect on what this means. We have the youngest stroke victim, 2023, 4 years old, after watching a traumatic event, had a seizure, experienced stroke, is now permanently in a wheelchair. 2025, 12-year-old. 8-year-old found the youngest profiled drug peddler, I think the news headline was. 8-year-old found to be selling drugs at school, paid less than $1 a day and with free access to pornography. 8-year-old. 9-year-old is the youngest drug addict, according to the Red Cross in the region. The youngest HIV recorded through drug use is 10 years old, 2025. We have reports of rape from age 0 to 15. Age 0 means before they turn 1. We also see, and I'm not able to read the yellow, bad idea to use yellow. We also see increasing, according to Save the Children, increasing levels of physical, sexual, emotional, and online violence at home, school, and in the communities. According to UNICEF, 1 in 3 women, or 6 million women in the Pacific, reported experiencing sexual violence before the age of 18. And then 1 in 4 women, or up to 68% of women, have reported experiencing physical or sexual violence from a partner at some point in their life. Could this be some of the symptoms of grief, of anger, of trauma? And so if we talk about building resilience, perhaps we should be talking about some of these. culture and science, and you have ITK here. I know many of you are familiar with TK, traditional knowledge, but at the Culture Ministers meeting held in June last year, ministers agreed that and encourage us to use the abbreviation ITK, Indigenous and Traditional Knowledge, acknowledging that when we say indigenous knowledge, we're talking about spiritual connections and relationality that are specific to a particular group of people and their connection to place. But when you talk about traditional knowledge, it's simply ongoing, repeated practice that becomes habitual. So over time, it becomes traditional. It doesn't necessarily carry that same spiritual significance that indigenous knowledge carries. So we have indigenous traditional knowledge and science. You'll find in a lot of the literature, culture and science are presented as competing narratives, but we find that it's only by combining developmental science, neuroscience, and public health with our cultural and spiritual frameworks that we're able to create holistic approaches for the Pacific. We hear the term resilience used a lot these days, and we need to be really cautious because while resilience is a powerful concept, it also carries a very negative connotation. It carries the implication that our people, especially children, are expected to be strong and to endure hardship without proper support. So resilience can also carry this not so subtle message that we all need to just learn to get over it and move on. And this is at the heart of our unresolved trauma. True resilience is not about surviving trauma alone. It's about healing, recovering, and building strength in nurturing environments. We should not be burdening our children with the expectation of resilience without providing them with tools for healing. And so the challenge for all of us here today is to think about what those tools might look like and who needs to be involved in developing them. Science is now also confirming what our communities have known for a very long time. Emerging genetic research, particularly in epigenetics, shows that trauma caused by violence, poverty, or displacement actually impacts your genes and is carried and passed down through the generations. It is not just psychological, it becomes biological, and it affects stress, brain development, and lifelong health, recorded as affecting 3 or more generations. Early preventative and healing interventions that are grounded in culture are critical. If we are serious about working towards the goals of the 2050 strategy, ECD must be prioritized as a critical intervention for basic human security in the Pacific. Traditional and indigenous knowledge systems, our stories, our rituals, and child-rearing practices are some of the enduring tools of well-being and equity. We know they help our children learn, belong, and become. And so restoring intergenerational knowledge transfer and providing those safe spaces fosters cultural safety essential to their development. While some of us still remember and still practice across the region cultural knowledge of the first 1,000 days, many other communities have learned to distrust our own knowledge systems. And so a part of this healing journey is to reclaim and value our knowledge around pregnancy, around birth, around infant care, from prenatal nutrition to birthing rituals, first meals, first bathe, and the sacred postpartum period, all of which are powerful cultural practices which support mother, child, and family. We need Pacific-led research, scientific research, as well as social and economic research. And we need to strengthen our capacity to produce robust and quality data and statistics for informed decision-making. We've heard repeatedly about stunting, infant and maternal mortality and malnutrition, which are worsened by increasing cost of living, unemployment, and poor access to healthy food. At the same time, we hear our health providers talk about NCDs as the result of lifestyle choices. For the majority of our people, there is no choice. It's about survival. It's about putting food on the table. Our interventions need to take this into account, and we will also need to reflect climate change impacts already faced by many. We hear a lot about the ecological dimension of climate change and relocation, adaptation, food insecurity. But we don't talk about the psychosocial impact on communities, on parents, on maternal health, and on our children. Our holistic approach includes basic social welfare, maternity and paternity leave, childcare support services, parenting health support programs, mental health and counseling support, second chance education for school dropouts, including our young girls who have been forced to leave school due to early pregnancy, fatherhood engagement programs, and intervention initiatives not just for girls, as most of our gender programs currently focus on, but also for our sons, so that they can become the men that our daughters need them to be. Sexual and reproductive health is another sensitive topic many of us don't want to talk about. I have conducted professional development for teachers in Fiji and Tonga, and I tell you, I have seen the most conservative individuals who on day one said no to sex education in their country, but by day 3 were weeping, became advocates supporting a culture-inclusive, faith-based approach to teaching and learning personal safety and responsible, informed decision-making and what appropriate relationships look like, because that's how we learned about sex. We didn't talk about sex. And so, in this way, reinforcing cultural and religious values, they embraced the approach when they understood it, and when they saw that it doesn't need to be called sex education, and it can be contextually designed to suit our needs. Another area in need of research is the effects of the COVID-19 vaccine on Pacific girls and women's menstrual health and reproductive systems, as this may impact fertility, capacity to carry pregnancy to term, as well as the general health of both mother and child. There are many global accounts of how this is already happening. But it's not all doom and gloom. We are seeing some very positive indicators of progress in ECD, in the ECD space. Several countries have begun working on national ECD policies. 2 examples stand out: the Samoa 10-year ECD strategic framework that we heard about yesterday, and the Vanuatu National Policy for Early Childhood Development 2023 to 2027. Both of these recognize the power of culture, traditional child-rearing practices, local languages, and indigenous knowledge. Vanuatu offers the rest of the Pacific many lessons. There was a lot of work and research and community engagement that went into the development of the 2030 People's Plan and the Vanuatu Wellbeing Indicators. And this highlights the importance of research and community engagement in policy development. Both of these country examples demonstrate how culturally grounded, whole of society approaches can be effectively woven into national planning. Then we have ECE curricula emerging in countries like Kiribati and Tonga that reflect our core cultural values, and other countries such as Tuvalu and Niue who are developing children's books in local languages. We also see political will, growing political will at the regional level to strengthen culture for development. And I'll just give you 4 examples. In 2024, the 7th Culture Ministers meeting and the Pacific Ministers for Youth meeting. And this year, of course, we've heard about it several times, CPEM, the Conference of Pacific Education Ministers, all highlighting the significance of culture and culture inclusion. Similarly, in 2024, last year, the 15th Triennial Conference of Pacific Women and the 8th meeting of Pacific Ministers for Women held in Majuro highlighted the significance of culture, gender equality, and ECD. We're now also seeing some momentum around strategic partnerships and opportunities to engage with our development partners and donors in ways that we have never engaged with them before. A willingness to come to the table, to support Pacific-led, and to allow us to really focus on our contextual needs. We also see this as a rare opportunity to strengthen coordination and develop authentic Pacific-led approaches and interventions. There are so many more examples, but in the interest of time, I will stop there and just summarize to say what these examples demonstrate is a shared understanding that if we want stronger foundations for Pacific children, we need to change the beginning of the story. And we need to do this through culturally relevant and context-specific approaches. We need to build our own capacity and cultural competency to deliver on this commitment. Pacific ECD must be culturally grounded in our languages, our stories, and our values, must be faith-informed, drawing on moral teachings and community support, and it must be evidence-based, guided by research, science, and measurable outcomes. I move now to the calls to action, and there are three categories. To achieve this vision, we ask our honorable ministers to consider 4 priorities. The first one is to recognize and embed culture at the heart of the Pacifica call to action. The second is to support the establishment of a regional working group or task force to develop ECD indicators and to guide country-level progress through monitoring and evaluation support. Third, to endorse a quadrennial State of Pacific ECD report for sharing at future ECD forums every 4 years so that we can track our progress. And 4, prioritize funding for Pacific-led ECD research and data systems that honor indigenous knowledge, our faith, and sovereignty. For our governments, we urge decision makers at this forum, at all levels of decision making, to leverage your influence to help integrate ECD into our national sustainable development plans, because if it's not in your NSD, it's not going anywhere. And to improve our ECD data systems. 2, to ensure that ECD policies are resourced, culturally relevant, and accessible in our local languages. And 3, to support community-based initiatives, including by civil society and faith-based organizations. And finally, to our regional and international partners, we are called to support culturally relevant ECD capacity strengthening, policy development, monitoring, evaluation, technical assistance to countries, and integrated programming. We're called to engage in resource mobilization for faith-based and culture-based ECD initiatives. And 3, to support crop agencies as well as our national universities to drive regional research and dialogue on ECD and human security. And this is my last slide. So in closing, I come back to culture. Our Pacific proverbs and metaphors often refer to our children as our taonga, measina, koloa. And I think it's very significant, and I haven't heard anyone speak to this yet, that we are here at Tau Measina. A reminder of our roles as custodians to safeguard and to protect what is sacred, our collective treasure, our cultural wealth, and our shared futures. I hope that I have given us something to think about. Vinaka. which shift gears a little bit, and we now move into a panel discussion. The objective, and this is session 2.3, if you're following on your agenda. This panel discussion will focus on cultural approaches to supporting parents and caregivers. So I'd like to invite our panelists to please make their way to the platform. Honorable Gardenia Asik, Secretary of Education, FSM, Mr. Crimson Bani, Assistant Chief Executive Officer, Malvatu Maori, National Council of Chiefs, Vanuatu, Honorable Dr. Fasi, Minister for Education and Training, Tonga, Mrs. Temarama Anguna, Secretary, Ministry of Agriculture, Cook Islands, and Mrs. Francine Jacklick, Secretary, Ministry of Health and Human Services, RMI. Can I please invite you to take your seats on the platform? I don't think we need this anymore. Okay. Sorry? Oh, thank you. I think so. We need another seat?
You need another seat for yourself.
Not really, no. Is this better? Yes. I'm feeling a little confused because I'm also quite congested, so I'm not sure if it's just me or if it's the sound system. Our panel this morning is going to take a slightly different approach to the panels that we had yesterday. Our esteemed panelists have been given a question. We have 2 questions. And so we will invite them, beginning from, oh dear, some of them look a little bit alarmed. I will reiterate the question, don't worry. So perhaps we'll begin. With this lovely lady beside me. The question really is to share with us some of the approaches being used in your country or sector to support parents, caregivers, or children directly through programs and services? And how are these approaches grounded in culture and context? And each of the panelists were initially asked to speak to 3 to 4 minutes, so we really look forward to hearing your reflections.
Thank you, Dr. Francis. Talofa Lavang, Yakuya Excellencies. It's truly a privilege and a blessing for me to be here. I join you as a mother and a daughter of the Pacific. I speak not only as your Secretary of Health, but as someone who has raised that care is not a service. It is a calling passed down through generations. In the Marshall Islands, we say women are Tineri Kobo, nurturers of our families, but also guardians of our lineage, our values, and our culture. We are Lejamanjuri, peacemakers. And the Karainchon Chabuyo, the women who defend not only our people, but everything that gives us meaning, language, land, children, and identity. So when we talk about early childhood development or supporting parents and caregivers, it's not just programmatic, it's personal. It's ancestral. It's our way of life. Our journey in the Marshall Islands is shaped by our deep cultural roots, but also by the burden of our past. The nuclear testing legacy has left an undeniable imprint on our health, land, and a sense of safety. For generations, our women have carried that trauma and resilience, have carried that burden simultaneously. And today we are still doing that work of healing. According to the U.S. National Cancer Institute, an estimated 1.6 of all cancers among residents of the Marshall Islands who live near Bikini and Eniwetok between 1948 and 1970 may be attributable to radiation exposure from the nuclear fallout. 1.6%. Behind every percentage is a family. Behind every statistic is a story, like my own. My mom is a breast cancer survivor of 15 years. I'm so proud of her. And as Dr. Francis mentioned earlier, the women are the bedrock. And their strength has really fueled my commitment in ensuring that no woman walks through illness or recovery alone. I want to take a moment to express deep gratitude to the governments of Samoa, Federated States of Micronesia, Fiji, Vanuatu, for standing alongside RMI in championing the World Health Assembly draft resolution on the effects on nuclear war on public health, the first in history. We are also thankful to other countries like Burkina Faso, Ecuador, Guatemala, Iraq, Kazakhstan, and Peru for their support in co-sponsoring this crucial resolution. As we continue to advocate for justice and healing, I invite other Pacific brothers and sisters to join us in this important cause in this year's World Health Assembly. Together, we can restore dignity and protect the future of our grandkids, kids in communities affected by this enduring legacy. Compounding the burden of nuclear testing in the Marshalls, the Pacific region and the Marshall Islands, we face existential threat posed by climate change. As we've heard throughout this forum, climate-driven risks and emergencies disproportionately affect the youngest children and their families. A powerful moment this week was at Talanoa with our Pacific children and our ministers, where the children courageously call for a healthy future and a vibrant Pacific. As a mother, I really felt that deeply. We know that nurturing care during the first 1,000 or plus is essential to building lifelong resilience, not only for the individuals, but for the entire communities. This is why Marshall Islands is committed to prioritizing early childhood development as part of our response to climate change. And as we integrate ECD and climate adaptation systematically in both at the agency and program levels. The future demands nothing less, and as we even fight for justice and survival, we are also building something powerful at home. One of our proudest innovations is the Maternal Health and Child Health MCHD program. In many outer island countries, cultural taboos, as Dr. Francis earlier mentioned about sexual reproductive health, still makes it difficult for women to seek reproductive or maternal health, especially when services are delivered by male health workers. This becomes a real barrier to accessing life-saving support. This program changes this by equipping local women already trusted in their communities with training in reproductive health, early childhood development, and even domestic violence prevention. These women are the insiders. They carry our language and our values and our trust. And by providing care rooted in that cultural identity, they are transforming health across our most remote islands. We are also proud of the Parent as Teachers, or PAD, led by Women United Together Marshall Islands, or WUTMI. As a matrilineal society, Marshallese women have long held stewardship over land, lineage, and upbringing of children. WUTMI continues to carry that legacy with strength and purpose, providing culturally grounded, home-based programs to families and young children. Thanks to the World Bank, this program will continue and even expand to the furthest neighboring islands. In parallel, our conditional cash transfer, or CCT program, is helping families access the care they need. While we haven't yet conducted a full assessment of its national impact, there's global evidence shared with us yesterday by Professor Aisha from Harvard University. It shows that CCTs can be a catalyst for positive behavior change and health outcomes. In our context, we've already seen this encouraging signs. Families feel seen and supported. And in most remote atolls where trust matters, even more programs are even shaped by those live the reality every day. What ties all of this together is the belief that real solutions come within. They come from the wisdom of our elders, the hands of our mothers, and the quiet strength of women who hold the fabric of our families. We say, karayman kil, or a woman and her talents, has always been our strength. Faifetay lava komodada.
Today is the day we shall rejoice. I rejoice because for once, agriculture has been invited to attend an ECD forum. Thank you. I'm going to provide a brief overview of what agriculture, or the agriculture sector, contributes towards early childhood development, but also the cultural approaches we do to supporting parents and caregivers. My name is Timarama, and I'm from the Cook Islands with the Ministry of Agriculture. All protocols observed. Early childhood development is a critical phase in shaping a child's cognitive, social, and physical ability. From an agriculture perspective, we too play a role in fostering the development of a child by providing sensory experiences, promoting physical activity, and nurturing responsibility and sustainability. I did have a slide. Okay, you can look at the photos while I talk. Now, the Ministry of Agriculture has established school gardens at each school, including hydroponic systems for each of our outer island schools. Whilst we have concentrated on primary and college schools, in 2020, we expanded our focus to include ECE grades with the schools, with the school garden. And 2 years ago, we included the Creative Center, a center for our disabled and vulnerable population. And only last year, we established a school garden for our special needs children. When COVID closed our borders, the ministry advocated for home gardens and distributed free seedlings to our population in an effort to maintain food security, but also to promote agriculture to the community. Our work in progress, I think as an outcome of this meeting for my ministry, is to develop a plan with the Ministry of Education, a curriculum that incorporates agricultural knowledge to help children learn about local food systems, traditional farming practices, and the importance of soil health and safeguarding our biodiversity. Our Free Seedlings program with resources and training workshops were expanded to new mothers and fathers, grandparents and caregivers in the community child welfare clinics to promote growing your own vegetables and eating healthy. This was our support to the Ministry of Health to assist with the reduction of NCDs, because exposure to growing your own food, harvesting and preparation encourages both parents and children to adopt healthier eating habits and understand food sources. We support a local NGO, the Correro de Oro, with school holiday programs for both primary and college students that include learning the stages of a coconut. This is for the young children. The stages of the coconut, the different varieties of bananas, planting taro, and how to make a umu, and imparting knowledge and traditional farming practices. We provide arapo calendars, the phases of the moon. We provide books on how to plant citrus, pawpaw, and vegetables to schools and our farming community. We have initiated crop banks on each island for the raising of traditional plants and trees and medicinal plants, which is also used as a teaching resource for the schools on those islands. Communities possess a wealth of traditional knowledge about local plants, trees, crops, animals, and sustainable farming techniques. This knowledge can be shared with children through stories, songs, and practical demonstrations, enriching their understanding of the interconnectedness of nature and human society and reinforcing language skills and cultural appreciation. By incorporating traditional knowledge into our agricultural practices, early childhood programs can help children develop a deeper understanding of the world around them, promote healthy eating choices, and foster a love for nature, whilst also supporting the preservation of traditional knowledge. If given the opportunity,
don't know how to interact within the communities. In FSM, our cultural value depends on respect, or is rooted in respect. Our younger generation have no clue what that means. Many of our younger generation do not understand what respect means. And so in FSM, rather than focusing on what support we have to help the parents and the caregivers, I think the question for us is, how do we strengthen what we have? How do we expand what we have? How do we revive what we already have so that we don't suffer from losing what we have? Many of our children who are migrated, they go to the United States and they live there and they have no idea how to behave in those countries because they don't know our cultural values. They left home without really knowing what our cultural values are. In terms of what we do to address, we have women groups that are addressing the issues of NCDs because children are not eating right. Parents are not feeding their children the right food. And so women groups that I know of are helping young mothers to teach them nutrition, to teach them how to provide, how to plant vegetables, how to prepare menus for healthy food for their children. And they even have, I think, vendors have provided food that are locally made or, comprised of local food for our school-age children, that children can buy food that are from the local produce. And so for us also in FSM, we are now starting to develop our indigenous knowledge in school, to integrate it into the school curriculum, and that will allow us to be able to put these things in place to teach our children our cultural values, indigenous knowledge, practices, and so on. So thank you very much for allowing me to share this with you. My respect to all of you. Giriso Zabur, Kalangan, Komakar, and Kulomalalab.
Thank you, Chair. Good morning, Loyumi, everyone. Honorable Ministers and delegation across the Pacific, UNICEF Pacific Development Partners, ladies and gentlemen, I bring greetings from the President of Malfatu Maori Council of Chiefs in Vanuatu. Firstly, I would like to thank UNICEF Pacific and Vanuatu for this platform that Malfatu Maori Council of Chiefs for the first time get involved with ECD and be an active participant to this development in country, and now we are contributing in a regional platform. Parenting and caregiver for children in our Vanuatu context, primarily we are not educated to become caregivers and parents in our formal education system. This part of training for parenting are within the realms of cultural education. Culture is the first education mechanism that provides such education for parenting, later supported by our faith-based institutions or church, later through Christianity, and currently faith-based institutions and cultural institutions play a vital role in the community, keeping peace, stability, and harmony. Now we could agree that there are emerging supports as well through non-government organizations supporting parenting and caregiving. Since our independence in 1980 through the Constitution, culture in Vanuatu has played a general role to protect, preserve, and promote our custom and culture through the cultural institutions. Council of Chiefs, legally established by the Constitution, and legislations empowered to protect, preserve, and promote our culture. The implementation of such functions is more in a generalized manner across all sectors. In relation to supporting parents and caregivers, the role of Malfatu Maori Council of Chiefs aims to preserve and promote culture and language through learning, support and encourage customary practices, uphold custom and tradition, which are all in line with the 2025 PRC4 ECD Forum on Strengthening Cultural and Spiritual Identity. The Constitution also provides the provisions that custom rules shall continue to be part of the rules of our country. Based on these provisions, we have existing legislations providing the traditional leaders space of performance and for justice sector, such as Family Protection Act. The Malfatu Maori Council of Chiefs also advocates more with government justice sector to make sure cultural practices or principles influence our legislations, traditional leaders' roles, and provided for within acts of parliament on matters affecting the community directly. The influence of culture must be present in all legislations. Currently, we have the Child Protection Bill, Child Adoption Bill, do provide provisions specifically empowering traditional leaders and communities to have some specific and general roles as implementers of the legislation in some aspects when those bills would become acts of parliament soon. Not just bills, but also we have government policies also provide for the roles of traditional leaders and community leaders, one of which is the ECD policy to start to engage the participation of traditional leaders since the commencing of 2025. That is why Malfatu Maori Council of Chiefs is part of this delegation in this forum. Since January 2025 till now, which is 5 months from now when ECD unit was moved to the Malfatu Maori Council of Chiefs, Malfatu Maori Council of Chiefs has aligned its structure to cater for ECD within its council structures. So we have 100 Council of Chiefs, more than 100 Council of Chiefs now in Vanuatu. All those 100 Council of Chiefs are aligning their structures to make sure ECD has a space within its Council of Chiefs. ECD is a cross-sectoral agenda that will be active all throughout the Council of Chiefs, allowing culture to influence all these sectors. And the implementation should and must be a bottom-up approach. That is the intention. The importance of having the ECD unit in the Malfatu Maori Council of Chiefs is the gateway to the communities within our islands, which is through the chiefs. Situating the ECD with the chiefs gives a sense of ownership with the chiefs. 5 months of working with the UNICEF Vanuatu, materials for parental support programs were disseminated through the communities through the chiefly structures. Parent support program is a textbook used by ECCE teachers as a tool to inform communities on how to raise young children to achieve their full potentials. This materials is simplified and translated to our local Pislama language to be used for the chiefs by the chiefs in our community as a tool to inform communities on ECD programs. This includes the explanation of Vanuatu culture and custom on parenting children for the society, protection for the development of Vanuatu. It is the wish of Malfatu Maori Council of Chiefs that since Pacific has the Pacific Island Forum for our governments, the Pacific Conference of Churches for our churches, but we need a Pacific Island Council of Chiefs. Through this Pacific Island Council of Chiefs, culture will have a strong space of discussion for promoting, protecting, and preserving culture in a regional perspective. And the voices of culture will be heard more louder in the international community for the interests of cultural rights that the Pacific share and the challenges that the Pacific face in the cultural context. And ECD will be one of its core agendas as well. The chiefs of Vanuatu who are community leaders also do work very closely with faith-based leaders within communities in Vanuatu. This is one of our strengths. The role of church and culture has played important role since before our political independence and still do so until today. Thus, their participation in the ECD activities or programs must be owned in a community context and resourced. Churches, who are also an active stakeholder in the communities, do have programs that help children grow their faith in a personal perspective, and also caregivers and parenting through women ministries, men ministries for motherhood and fatherhood, and youth ministries as well. These faith-based institutions do play active roles that should and must be supported to enhance their current works. The Pacific Conference of Churches could be more active in monitoring this process by the church society. Our challenges with the current ECD program is the limited multi-sectoral approaches from government agencies and lack of funding commitment from the national government. Other challenges within the country includes the diversity of cultures that exist, the access of communication and transportation within the islands, our economic challenges and indirect challenges from politics as well. Also within communities, single parenting, current technological trends and modernization or change of lifestyle that do attract not just children, but also parents as well, causing less focus on children and more on personal needs and wants or pleasures. With these challenges, we need to empower the existing strength that we have through community leaders who are comprised of chiefs and church leaders. These community authorities, day-to-day, have the role to involve ECD, but more in a generalized manner. The specific role of ECD was yet to be promoted into communities in a more focused perspective. This is one of the focus that Malfatu Maori since its engagement with a program in January 2025. With the full support of UNICEF Vanuatu, we look forward to the strengthening of monitoring and evaluation within the community level to measure targets and efforts to be reported through the National Steering Committee. Another area of improvement is the importance of ECD stakeholders in Vanuatu to dialogue together for the benefit of reducing any chance of mixed messages to the communities and contradicting messages to the communities. This is especially the connection of cultural leaders, government agencies, and non-government organizations who also focuses on advocate for children and other related areas. While PAM program of Australia and New Zealand do have economic developments in Vanuatu, we do experience social issues that involve children a lot. This is an area where the chiefs, government agencies, and non-government agencies are active in dialogue to provide necessary support and measures to address and reduce these social issues. The chiefs do acknowledge the support of UNICEF Vanuatu that the growing relationship with the chiefs will do assist with some of the underlying challenges mentioned. These are some of the pressing challenges that are currently active within our country and in relation to children, but of course there are more challenges that do exist within our country. Piece by piece, the participation of culture in all the aspects of justice and governance spaces is growing. By 2027 on the next ECD forum, we believe there will be more progress to this to be reported. Thank you too much, everyone, for listening.
Malolele, and I bring greetings from Tonga. First of all, I won't claim that I'm an expert in this area of childhood education. But being a father myself, a Pacific father, I think I have a very small right like this to talk about this topic. And I want to thank Dr. Wakaota for giving me the opportunity to share with you what little I know about childhood development. Now, yesterday, a lot was said about the first 1,000 days. And I believe that is where childhood development begins. It begins from the womb. Science has told us, or modern science, modern doctors told us that babies can listen to their mother's voices. But that's not a modern invention. It was always here in the Pacific, in our families. You know, pregnancy used to be a very sacred and important event in the life of a family. Because when a woman is pregnant, that means she's fertile. And fertility is a God-given gift to women. So when a woman is pregnant, it is very important. It is a very important occasion. So talking to the baby in the womb was done well before the modern medicine. You know, our elders used to come and talk to the tummy of the mother, used to sing, compose little lullabies, little songs for the baby, and the baby inside could hear it. Right? So that's why it's important for us to think about ECD from conception. It was also important for the mother to have a healthy diet. Food was medicine in our traditional life. Nowadays, doctors prescribe pills for that, iron pills, folic acid, hormone pills. Everything you go to the doctor, they give you pills for the vitamins, for the minerals. But those things are plentiful in our Pacific diet. What happened to our tallow leaves? What happened to our bele? What happens to our roasted banana and breadfruit and things like that? They are plentiful in all those nutritions. We don't need a modern doctor to tell us what to eat. We can practice our traditional food because they are also medicine for the mothers. The support of the extended family during pregnancy is also important. Like I said earlier, pregnancy was not only a family event. It was an event for the whole village, for the whole community to celebrate that God has blessed this woman with a child. So the support of the extended family and also the village is so crucial during the pregnancy. And then the child is born. Again, it's a community event. It's a community celebration that the mother and the child was separated successfully and a new life comes to earth. So that's what we should be thinking about. You know, if we give those values to the young mother and the child, then the development of the child begins right. If you do it right at the beginning, somebody said yesterday, you do it right at the beginning, the rest will be easy. So if we do it right during pregnancy up to childbirth, then we are on the right track to have very good citizens. So what is the way forward now for us? We can take science and our traditions hand in hand. Of course, it's good to know science. It's good to know that children need this type of minerals or food. But we don't have to go to the shop every time the child cries hungry. We can find things in our house. Traditionally, mothers used to chew the children's food for them. You know, it's very healthy. We were all brought up that way. And we all know that we were healthy and lively because of our mothers chewing the food for us. Before we develop our teeth, we have to eat. And that was our mother's responsibility. Now, in Tonga, we have two concepts for bringing up young children. One for the mother and one for the father. Now, before the white men came and built us houses with rooms, We didn't have rooms, right? We had our valleys, and everybody sleeps in the valley. That's when mothers and fathers transfer their love and their wisdom to their children. Now we have rooms, okay, child A, this is your room, child B, this is your room, and they are distant from their parents at a very, very early age. That's why now they are sleeping with their phone. They are talking to who? Facebook. Because they are isolated in their individual rooms. Mother and father are not there. Maybe mother is going to the neighbors and talk with the neighbors, and father is drinking kava somewhere. So we should not complain when our children are very far from us, because it's us who take them away from us. So the concept of having all these separate rooms, it's okay until they grow up, but at the very early ages, they should be close to the mother and the father. Now, the concept for the mother is fatafata mafana. In Tongan, it's fatafata mafana. Literally translated, warm chest or warm heart. That's when the mother put the child on her chest when the child was a baby. Sometimes kids grow up to be 5, 6, 7 years old. They still sleep with their mothers. They still put their head on the mother's chest because they feel secure, they feel safe. And the love and the wisdom and the emotion and the feeling are transferred from the mother to the child at that age. I'm sure some of the mothers here are feeling very distanced from their children because you did not have the fatafata mafana. You did not offer your children the fatafata mafana, your warm heart, where your heartbeat synchronizes with the heartbeat of your child. And that's when development begins. We can't suddenly wake up one day and say, oh, we want to develop our children to be good citizens when they are 7, 8, 9, 10 years old. No, it starts from the stomach of the mother. I'm sure some mothers here are guilty of not giving their children a fatafata mafana. Yeah? Can we have a show of hands? You know, you develop friction with your children at a very early age because they were not sleeping on your chest. Someone else was sleeping on your chest. You need your children on your chest, on your heart. That's why when they grow up, they find other chests to sleep on. Because your chest was not available when they need it. So that's the concept of fatafata mafana. Now, the one about the fathers is kaliloa. Kaliloa, I'm sure you all know that kali is the headrest when you sleep, the traditional headrest. Kaliloa means long kali, a very long kali. That's when the father lie down after dinner, lie down on his kali, and stretch out his hand, and the children come and lie, put their heads on the father's hand. How far your hand extends depends on how many children you have. Some fathers just like this, others like this, others 5 here, 5 here. But that's the kaliloa, the long kali, you know. That's when the father whispers fanafana to the children, share with them the values, share with them the do's and the don'ts, so that when they grow up, they know what to do. In Tonga, when we see a naughty boy, very rude, very naughty, then we say, oh, whilau he nakakit olunga he kaliloa. No wonder he's like that. He didn't have a kariloa at home. You know, the father's hand was somewhere else. But when we see a very well-behaved boy, we say, oh, nae o lunga he kaliloa. His head was on the kaliloa, was on his father's hand. So they grow up to be very good young people. So, for the fathers, what happened to your kaliloa? Who was replacing your children? Please, fathers, your arms are for your children only. Similarly with the mothers, your chest for your children. If this has been proven in Tonga at least, you know, you see girls who are so disobedient. They don't listen to their parents, they don't listen to their mothers. It's because the Father Mafana was missing from their upbringing. And similarly with the young men. You can tell the young men that stayed at home with their fathers, and the fathers talk to them, give them advice, how to be good family men, how to love their relatives, how to love their friends, how to love their teachers, how to behave. I'm sure some of the teachers here can easily identify the children in their class who were on their mother's chest and the children who missed the chest of their mothers. Right? Now, that brings me to ECE proper, when, you know, the formal ECE. In Tonga, I think 5 years ago, the curriculum for ECE rolled out. And it was based on the Heilala flower. The program for ECE was based on the Heilala, the national flower of Tonga. You all know the Heilala flower. It's a very small flower, very sweet smelling, but very strong. It has 4 petals, and each petal represent each of the Tongan values. It was, we call it the 4 Tongan values. And they are, let me consult my note before I lie to you. One is mamahi imea, it's loyalty and commitment. We need people who are loyal to their parents, to their families, to their kainga, and of course to the country, and committed. So that's one of the values, mamahimea. One is tauhiva, or maintaining relationship. Right? It's important to build a culture of collaboration and solidarity. But you can't get it if you don't know how to keep your relationship with the others. The other one is whakaapa-apa, respect. I think we all know respect. And the display of respect depends on the person you are interacting. You know, there is a saying, if you want people to respect you, you have to first respect them. And that's the whole idea of teaching respect to the children, to be respectful. Respect is not something that you demand from people. Okay, I'm the minister, you respect me. No, it doesn't work that way. You have to first respect your workers, your colleagues, to earn their respect. And the last one is lototo, or humility. Right? It's a critical for teaching and learning, for accepting new ways of being and transformation. Lototo means, loto is hard, to is literally means drop it, or you give in. Right? You do what is best, not what you want, but what is best for the country, for a better cause. You know, that's lototo. You are willing to sacrifice what you want for the goodness of all. Right, so that's my message for you this morning. My dear friends, keep in mind, mothers, tafata mafana, it's for your children only. And fathers, takaliloa is also for your children. Thank you very much.
Do you want to speak? Do you want to speak? Ladies and gentlemen, that was a fantastic session. Let's put our hands again together to thank the speakers. We have about 15 minutes for questions to the panel and to Dr. Francis. So as with protocol, the questions are from the ministers because this is a ministerial forum. And should anyone wants to speak from the back, they'll have to come from, be invited by one of the ministerial persons here. So now it's open to questions. That was a diverse, I'm sure you will agree with me, that was interesting, thought-provoking, diverse, comprehensive, you name it, cultural session this morning. And I'm sure, with all due respect to the Minister, Dr. Fasi from Tonga, I think everyone here had a fata ma'afana because they are all successful in their own fields, and so the reason why they are here. Those who were deprived of fata ma'afana are probably in jail right now. So, but it's open for questions. Yes. Microphone.
Can you hear me? Thank you all for those lovely presentations. The minister from Solomon was asking, what about the other baby mama? Where did the other kids go? The concept of the food in schools, how you're training kids, can we get that? Because I think that's something that we can use in the marshals. And then the last question that I have is for the minister from FSM, talking about the internet. Kids are so stuck on the internet. How do we use the internet to teach our kids cultural values? Thank you.
That's a good question. For us in the FSM, we do not have that right now, but we are going to start developing our curriculum in integrating indigenous knowledge into the curriculum. And so I'm sure the experts in curriculum development will be considering including and using the internet to teach our children about our cultural practices and values and so on.
Oh, well, thank you, sir, for your question. The Pacific Week of Agriculture will be held in the Kingdom of Tonga in 2 weeks' time, and I'm sure a representative from the Marshall Islands will be there from in the agriculture sector. So very happy to exchange information with the Marshallese representative who will be attending as to how we can improve or even complement the work that is currently being done in the Marshall's agriculture, as well as we can learn from your country as to what else can we do to improve the services that we are providing. With regards to the internet, if I may, you need to have them next to you, so you know what they are scrolling through. My granddaughter does that. She grabs the phone, then she goes into the room, so you never know what she's on. So I think what we're saying is that if you want to be able to protect your children, because you don't have filters on YouTube, you need them beside you, so you can monitor. It's not always going to work, but at least you know what sites they are visiting. Thank you.
Honorable Minister from Fiji.
Thank you. Thank you. That was very thought-provoking, very well presented, and a lot for us to think about. I have a question for Dr. Francis. You talked about epigenetics, a conversation we're not having in the Pacific. Also, we've had violence intergenerationally, so it's a concern when you're saying we're biologically changing. I'm wondering, how do we expand this conversation? It's a difficult conversation. Most of us like to think, like for Fiji, we are the way the world should be, even though our violence rates are 1 in 3 women and 5 out of 6 children. It's a conversation we don't want to have. So I'm wondering where and how do we expand this conversation? And how do you do intergenerational trauma awareness and recovery? In Fiji and in the Pacific, we are allergic to counseling or mental health. We think, that's something really wrong with us. So how and where do we start this intergenerational healing, acknowledging our traumatic past, acknowledging the violence, so our children don't have to suffer it? Thank you.
I think it's on, yes. Thank you for the question. And so that particular point on epigenetics was on the slide that advocates for a two-pronged approach, which is culture and science, or culture meets science. What we're not seeing in the Pacific is our own scientific research institutes to begin to undertake this type of study. And so instead, what you end up with is large conglomerates who come in with their own interest. DNA, for example, a couple of years ago, there was some interest in patenting Tongan DNA. And of course, there was a big hoo-ha about that to say, well, why would you want to do that? 23andMe, their system was hacked. A lot of Pacific Islanders had actually, donated their DNA to that. So how can we begin to undertake this research? Well, we need to build the capacity, which means scholarships in specific areas, which means that we're beginning to have the conversations about trauma and healing. What I find really interesting about the art and culture spaces is that you're finding that the weaving circles, in the Cook Islands, it would be the Tivaivai circles. In the Marshall Islands, it's the Jackie Ed circles. With the revitalization of culture, you have the intergenerational dialogue. And then you have the older women realizing, oh, that's right, when we stopped doing this, these spaces closed, and therefore we no longer were able to counsel and advise the younger girls. And the younger girls putting aside their digital devices and listening to those stories. Now we're starting to see those kinds of spaces emerge for girls. We're not seeing those spaces for boys. And I think for me that is the biggest concern. What we are seeing, however, in some places like New Zealand is strong rehabilitation programs for drug and gang-related teenage delinquents, bringing them into what we might call cultural camps. And so you have that cultural intergenerational learning, and you have them learning about their cultural obligations, responsibility, learning language, beginning to take on some leadership roles, and you're beginning to see some real change. And so you have some wonderful champions of those programs who have gone through themselves and are now leading those. So when we see our increasing drug epidemic growing in the Pacific, when we see the increasing violence, one of the lessons really is we need to talk to each other more. We need to listen to those case studies that have worked and the ones that haven't. And we have to start sharing our failures. And we need to start labeling them lessons learned. Because we like to only share the success stories, and we like to hide the ones that were less successful, when in reality, all the learning comes from those spaces. What didn't work? Let's try something new. And I think that New Zealand, Australia, there's a lot of lessons to be learned from when you look at the research, Indigenous peoples all over the world carry this anger and this trauma. And the way that our young men in particular, and increasingly young women, cope with it is substance abuse. Early engagement in sexual activity, teenage pregnancy, high rates of suicide. You've got it across the globe. Indigenous communities, the patterns are the same. And so there are some lessons that could be learned from studying some of their case studies. We also need to be cognizant too, in the Pacific, we have non-Indigenous Pacific communities who have, as a result of the colonial experience, endured many generations of trauma. And we need to begin to have those conversations as well about the types of healing that needs to happen. If I use Fiji as an example, the early colonial experience pitted the indigenous or Itaukei against the Indo-Fijians. And so they gave the Indo-Fijians the right to vote first and denied them the right to education. And they gave the indigenous the right to education and denied them the right to vote. It's the divide and conquer rule, right? And so each community had something the other one wanted. And so that builds hatred and resentment. And so we don't talk about those things. We don't learn about it in school. And so there's a lot of that frustration that is still being carried. And it's not just in Fiji, it's across the region as well. But coming back to the scientific research, we need our own scientific research institute. When I'm listening to agriculture, and I'm reminded of our herbal medicines. Not too long ago, and I'm now seeing very young children beginning to really suffer from dengue, and some of them beginning to pass away in the Pacific and in New Zealand as well, which is really preventable. A couple of years ago in Fiji, there was a revival of the herbal treatment using pawpaw leaves, because the pawpaw leaves are used as a mosquito repellent and also used in herbal medicines. Now, this information began to circulate widely on social media. Within academic circles, and I was at USP at the time, we began to discuss the real potential for patenting. Now it's on social media, it's technology. It'll work to our disadvantage because some big pharmaceutical company will say, oh, let me test its chemical compounds and create a drug, and we'll sell it back to the tropics. And suddenly it becomes the treatment that we pay for, right? Yeah. So we were really concerned at USP. Sure enough, less than 6 months, a team of experts from a foreign university showed up to our faculty wanting to undertake this research. And we had to say thank you, but no thanks. This is something that needs to be Pacific-led. It is not our place to begin to research indigenous knowledge. You need to go to the traditional leaders, go through the customary laws process, and we need our legislation in place. So when it comes to the scientific research, the genetics, the epigenetics, the safeguards, I think we've heard several times the need for multi-sectoral and cross-sectoral approaches. We need to work harder at breaking down the silos. It's obvious that ECD is part of the whole lifespan approach. It's obvious that it's everyone's concern. And so the question of how do we strengthen our institutions, the type of research that needs to be done that can support overall well-being across the lifespan, of course, beginning with ECD. Yeah, I'm mindful that I think I've talked too much and there may be some other questions.
Thank you. Yes, there's a question from...
Thank you.
Martial arts. Martial arts. Is the mic off?
Can you hear me?
Can you give a mic? Give a mic.
Hear me now? Speak louder. But let me start by conveying, it's working, associating my with others in thanking the model Thank you. So thank you very much, moderator and panel, for a comprehensive, thought-provoking, and inspirational presentation and statements today. I have a question, but perhaps before I start, I'd like to premise my question with borrowing the words of one of our great leaders, past leaders, who said these words: let's preserve the best and improve the rest. And culture and custom. And I want to focus on this as we've seen from the recommendations presented and the discussions we've had. So how do we navigate the tension between preserving specific customs and adapting to broader shifts in modern culture, especially when these are challenged, questioned, and even no longer align with current realities? Thank you.
Okay, who's going to answer that? Did you want to answer that?
Sorry?
Did you want to reply to that?
They'd like me to reply to that question. So this is a really important question. Thank you, Honourable Minister, for this one. It reminds me of our conversations around human rights and gender equality. And when we take the culture inclusive approach, we are reminded that we are equal but not the same. And so in culture, we are equal. We are all worthy of dignity and respect, but we are not the same. And therefore, that sameness of mainstream Western approaches is where it becomes problematic, when we try to fit a square peg in the round hole. So I think our challenge is to find the words to articulate what it is that we mean in ways that we can navigate the Western systems and models that we are adapting to. We also find in our engagement, particularly around human rights, gender equality, when it comes to social inclusion, etc., that there are some, I won't say, we have begun to think of them as cultural practice. These would fall into the category of tradition. They are not spiritual. They are not connected to people and place. They are not relational. They can be very discriminatory. And it's those that exist in that space where the question lies with each generation. What are we holding on to and what are we changing? Because culture is dynamic. And so for us in the Pacific, we've lost so much of our culture that we hold on to what we have so tightly. And often when we have the opportunity to change, it feels sacrilegious. It feels like there's something wrong, like, oh no, it's always been done that way. We have to keep doing it that way. And so these are the sensitive conversations that in the work that I do, we create dialogic circles. If it's Fiji or Samoa or Tonga, we use the Talanoa. If it's in Kiribati, you'd use the Maniapa approach, etc. And in some instances, you may have culturally appropriate spaces where men lead the dialogue. And then in others, you have an open where it's both men and women. In some, it's gender segregated. The important thing is to have the conversations in a culturally sensitive way, where people are open to the conversations. And so when we promote the culture inclusive approach, what we're saying is culture as an enabler allows us to open doors that would otherwise be bolted shut. If we rock up to the community and suddenly start talking human rights, gender equality, using all the Western mainstream, this is about protesting, this is about burning our bras, excuse the language, this is about protesting on the streets, this is about, our community is shut down and they bolt the doors in our faces. But if we design approaches that are culturally sensitive, that are respectful, that adhere to the values that Dr. Fassi spoke to, particularly around humility and respect, acknowledging that this is a sensitive conversation, but we really need to have it. So I gave you the example when I presented the introduction around sexual and reproductive health. It was so interesting to me. I shared an example that I'll share with you. So I grew up in a predominantly Samoan home because my dad died when I was very young. He was of Indian and Middle Eastern heritage, but my mom was born and raised in Samoa and made Fiji her home later. Because my dad died when I was very young, my grandmother was alive. It was very Samoan. I was raised on nighttime stories, like Dr. Fassi said, and I was told, respect your older brother, respect your older sister, listen to what the elders say. So I'm 12 years old, and my brother is 17, plays every sport you can think of, comes home with like a sprained shoulder, and he says, he takes off his shirt because in a Samoan household, the boys walk around with, shirtless half the time. So he takes off his shirt and he swings the chair around and he says, put the deep heat on my back. And my hand doesn't touch his body. It almost does, and I feel the first whack. And I get told off and I get yelled at and I have no clue what's going on. So of course I'm crying and I'm like, I hate my grandmother, she's evil, all those things. Anyways, I'm crying in the room and there's, come and have dinner, I don't want to have dinner until that evil woman leaves, all the drama of, a preteen. And then my mom comes and says, you should have known better, and then she leaves. And then my aunt comes in, my mom's older sister, who was like another mother to me, this extended family support, and she says, you know why that happened, right? And I said, no, I don't know why that happened, and I hate that old lady, and da-da-da. And she said, in our culture, there's a sacred covenant between brother and sister. You cannot touch your brother's body. He's becoming a young man, and you're almost becoming a young woman. I just thought, how am I supposed to magically know that? Nobody told me that before. The gap in knowledge and intergenerational transfer was that they assumed that I would magically learn it living in another country in an urban space, right? So when I look back on sex education, that was my first sex education lesson. That's what it was. I was 12 years old and I learned about respectful relationship. And certain parts of my brother's body was, off limits. I couldn't. That suddenly the relationship became very apparent that the relationship was different. So when we had our encounter with Fijian and Tongan teachers, and I shared this example, and I asked them to recount across the different generations the earliest memory of learning about body, about relationships with father, they would share things like, in our culture, we can't touch our father's head. In our culture, we can't eat out of our father's plate. In our culture, when certain uncles enter the room and you're female, you have to leave or you can't speak. So many different rules. And slowly beginning to recognize that what we call relationship and family life is at the heart of what we might call sex education. So our offense is not to the content of learning about safe, respectful relationships. Our objection is to the language sex education. So I think, Minister, in response to your question, it really is about making time to reflect, so much value in speaking to our elders. I think that we are losing a lot of our national treasures, and so many of them are just waiting for that opportunity to tell their stories. And I think that that's what we need to do. Yeah. I'll end there.
Thank you very much for that thought-provoking answer. Well, we've got two questions at the moment. Samoa, Honourable Minister. We're cutting into our morning tea time, but I think the conversation here is so enriching. And we've learned a lot about our own cultures and behaviour. So if you can just bear with me. So Samoa.
Thank you, Eon. Thank you, Dr. Vakota and panelists, for a wonderful discussion this morning. I think, Samoa, I share with you that most of the solutions to the issues in relation to ECD are embedded in our cultural practices, the good ones, not the bad ones. So we do not have to reinvent the wheel. We just need to strengthen those good practices. Thank you, Dr. Fassi. I like that chest and that long arm. No, and that is really, and it's a similarity within all our cultures around the Pacific. My question is to our colleague from FSM. You emphasized in our culture, the extended family concept. Now, today, in terms of sexual abuse, I just saw the presentation by Dr. Vakota that there is the existence of rape from 0 to 15 years old. Now, the reality in the Pacific, it's actually from an uncle or a cousin, a member of the extended family. And my question is, can you share your experience from FSM as to what is being done about that? My second question is, I just want to hear your experiences in what possible solution. It's an issue now in the Pacific. It's happening in Samoa, it's happening everywhere. So it's an issue that we need to address. My second question is to a colleague from Vanuatu with the Council of Chiefs. We have that in Samoa, and it's quite a powerful body within our villages and our communities. Now, they provide a lot of protection, but they can also be the cause of the problem. And I think it's finding that balance that we need to look at. So I would like to, because I can hear that it's a very strong practice in Vanuatu. I know that Fiji has just reestablished that Council of Chiefs. In Samoa, each village has their own Council of Chiefs. So it's quite a strong practice here. So I just want to hear your experiences of where you're finding that balance. Thank you so much.
Sorry, before you answer, we'll just take the question from the Minister from Cook Islands, and then you can answer at the same time, just in case there's similarities there.
Moderator, I didn't have a question, but I wanted to highlight some of the points that was raised. So if you wish, I continue to speak or before the question is answered?
Sorry, yours is a
I
comment?
wanted to capture on a lot of the points that was presented to us. I wanted to acknowledge Dr. here, the presentation highlighted a lot of areas that we are facing challenges within our own communities. And of course, the experiences that you have all shared. I really enjoyed the panelists this morning from different areas and different countries within our Pacific Island. Coming back to, you mentioned gender. And gender, I've always been strong in saying that gender, it shouldn't only be focusing on women or girls. It should be both. And I thank you for highlighting that. We need our boys and men in the room when we speak about gender, because the cause of the problem is between the two. So I want to acknowledge within our room today and the whole summit, there's a lot of men that are here, our ministers and all our colleagues that are here to hear what are the challenges. So we are here to work together, our heads together. And Dr. from Tonga, you really shared something that is very, very dear, especially to me. What you shared I went through. And I really admire that it took you, a man, to say it out, to share that experience, that I'm glad I went through it. I shared it with my children. I have 5 children, which I had no blender to start off my life with my husband. We had no blender. So I chewed coconut to feed my children. I really, now that we are going through early childhood development and coming up with all the challenges that our children are facing, it reminded me the values that was instilled in me by my grandparents. My mom was not there to raise me, so I didn't have the chest. I was not sleeping on my mother's chest. And of course, my father, I don't have a father that was there with me, but my grandparents raised me. They are nothing but their love and the values that they taught me, culture, tradition, and most importantly, the faith. The faith values that I would say it shaped my life today. And I did the same to my children. And that is why I always say, and I've always been strong in saying, that the first 1,000 days and even the conception stage is very important. If we are strong in that, from that stage, all the problems that we are facing today will be gone by. I just can't wait to see the time when we won't be facing all the issues that we are facing today. And during the time I had my children, I was even told, don't sleep with your children. My children sleeps on my chest, on my arms with my husband. But the doctors or the midwives advised, oh, you can't sleep. Your children can't sleep with you because they will end up, something will happen to them. And I'm sure we have heard this. So the modern ways started changing the way we bring up our children. So I want to thank those speakers that have said, let's not reinvent. We've already had it. It was already there, but we changed. We went and followed the modern ways. So let's just go back to how it should be. Traditional ways is already there. But let's not walk away from the modern technology, which is already here, and it's really changing very fast, by the second. Use it to our advantage. We use it to our advantage. But as a Pacific, let's block out what we don't want. I think we have a power together. Block out what we don't want our children or our future generations to see. Let's feed them with what we want. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Minister. So 3 minutes, please, to answer the question from the Minister from Samoa, please.
Okay, I'll try to make it 3 minutes. That's a very good question, but a very difficult one to answer. Yes, that arm that is extended by the father, and when the father is not there, and somebody else come in and extend that arm to the children, that can be dangerous to the kids. It breaks my heart to see the statistics, 0. Imagine 0, and that child is being raped. In our islands, mostly from within the family. I know that happens in Micronesia. So how do we protect our children from that, from our own cultural ways? We teach our children to respect, but that respect can be a source of pain to the children because they respect the elders so much that they cannot say what's happening to them. So I don't know It's a fact that it's happening in our islands, but I don't know what the solution is. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Let's give a round of applause again to the panel. Oh, one last comment, sorry, yes.
Thank you for the question. I think short answer. There's a very important stakeholder that should and is active in the sense of balancing the bright side of culture, and the other side is the role of church. The role of church, how it influences our traditional leaders, it helps them in their roles in the community. That's where we promote more the good custom or cultural governance or traditional governance more than the dark side of traditional governance. Thank you.
Okay, Tonga.
Right, thank you, MC. I just want to make a final comment. When we talk about culture in the Pacific, we must bear in mind the diversity of the Pacific. The culture is so diverse, and they're unique to every Pacific island. And the solutions are also unique. There is no one solution that can solve everybody's problem. There is no one size that fits all. Because sometimes the solutions are there. The solutions are there with you, but you just can't see it or you refuse to see it. I think this is because now we are suffering from what I call the consultant syndrome. Every little thing, we have to write a project to get a consultant to come and tell us what to do. While we have the answers and the solutions amongst ourselves. Imagine a consultant that comes all the way from England to tell us and to teach us in Tonga how to raise our children. That is very, excuse me, a very stupid approach. We ourselves have our solutions on how to raise our kids. You don't need somebody from a different culture to come and tell us what to do, things that we can do ourselves. The intergenerational issue that was raised by Fiji earlier on, that's quite a very recent concept, very recent terminology. We always had it. The elders sharing with the young ones their experiences and the traditions and culture. We are beginning to lose those things. And there are structures already existing in our communities, in our societies, that we can use instead of every time we run to the consultant. An example of this, there is an NGO in Tonga that's called, I think those two know it, WCCC, Women and Children Crisis Center. That's the NGO where all the women go and complain about their husbands. And they encourage the women, if your husband, you know, the definition of abuse is so broad, right? That if you say strong words to your wife, that's abuse. Or if you just touch your wife, that's abuse. And they go and complain to this NGO. You know, NGOs, they have KPIs and they have targets. If this quarter you report 200 complaints, we will release this amount of money. So these NGOs do their utmost best to make sure that women go and report to the police every single case. You know, so the women, they go report to the police, my husband does this and that and that. The police filed a charge. 2 days later, her love for the husband returns. You know, women can't do without men. So they have to go back to the police to cancel the charge. And it happens a lot. Because on the book of this NGO, we have recorded all these complaints and we have taken all these to the police, and these are the cases that are going to go to court. Now give us our $100,000 for the next month. So that's how it works. Now, what happens to our own traditional structures? We have the elders. They can come and talk to these two when they quarrel, to the husband and the wife. We have the Faifekau. We have the chief of the village. Those are the structures that are already existing that we can make use, instead of every little thing you run to the police. That is a very modern Western concept of living. And that's the cause of most of our troubles. It will make our villages, our communities, our societies so chaotic that even Jesus can't sort it out. So let's go back to our own ways of solving problems, our own cultural ways, which is peaceful and last longer. Thank you.
That's it. Okay, I'd like to thank the panel very much, and also Dr. Fakauta for the wonderful presentation that she gave. Thank you so much for that. Storytelling is part of our culture, and that was very interesting. And I'm sure you can continue telling stories during morning break. So,
Can I say something very quickly? Very briefly, I promise. That was your first Culture Inclusion Session 101. It takes as long as it takes. It takes us to be willing to be vulnerable, to share our stories, and to tell stories. We had lots of questions yesterday, but how do we do this? This is how it begins. And I wanted to end with saying, we find the symbols and the messages in the most simple places. My PhD looked at tapa and tattooing in Samoa and Tonga. And as I'm sitting there, I see what I used to call a filler as a non-Tongan, the 3 dots. And my husband told me, a tapa for Tongans is like a greeting card. You don't give a congratulations to a funeral or an in sympathy to a wedding. Culturally, we could read those symbols. So the filler has now become one of my favorite Pacific symbols that I want to share with you. The whakafohi here, which is like the fruit of the hair. I'm looking at the Tongans, so they don't throw anything at me. It has multiple meanings and multiple narratives, but my all favorite one is a life philosophy of what it means to live in balance, body, mind, and spirit. So we leave you with that, and we hope you've enjoyed the panel.
Thank you very much. Thank you. I'm sure I'll be sacked pretty shortly because we're half an hour behind. So now it's morning tea time, and so for the ministers, please, if you could go to the Sena room back there for your morning tea, while the rest of the delegates with their ID cards can have their tea outside here. And we should be back at, let's say, 10 past. We're cutting into lunch, but later, but that's how it will be. Thank you very much. Enjoy your morning tea. Welcome back to the next session. I'm sure you had a refreshing break and to reconnect with your friends. We now move into an equally powerful and deep-rooted session. And I'm sure there will be robust conversation. Our panel is going to discuss the role of faith in early childhood development. Faith and spirituality are central to the life in the Pacific. Our churches and faith communities play an important role in shaping values, supporting families, and strengthening community well-being. Today's discussion will explore how faith-based approaches can help create nurturing, values-driven environments that support our youngest children to thrive. We are honored to have the Honorable Ruth Cross-Kwansing, Minister for Women, Youth, Sports and Social Affairs in Kiribati, as our moderator for this session. Minister, it is my pleasure to now hand the floor to you.
Introduce them.
Announce the panels as well.
Kamna Benini Maori, talofa lava, and a very warm welcome to everybody. In Kiribati, when we introduce, we of course share our blessing when we say Kamna Benini Maori. So when I say Kamna Benini Maori, you have to share the blessing of well-being back, and you say Maori. Okay. So ready? Thanks for the warm-up. Right? Kamna Benini Maori.
Maori.
Oh, thank you. My brothers and sisters, when I was given the invitation to moderate on this panel, I must admit, as a new minister, I thought, why do I need to put myself under any more pressure than I already am? But then I saw the topic, and when I saw the topic, I felt what a blessing it would be to be on this panel to talk about the role of faith in early childhood development. I might be biased as a woman of faith, but I agree with Minister from Cook Islands that this must be one of the most important topics that we could cover. So it's an honor to delve into this topic that resonates deeply with our Pacific way. The profound role of faith in our communities shaping the early development of our children, the conversation about God's role in early childhood development. After listening to the statements by ministers yesterday, we have to acknowledge that this not only shapes the development in our children, but it also shapes the development of our leaders. There were many scripture references yesterday. The minister from Marshall Islands, he opened his remarks by thanking our Heavenly Father. And the minister from Tuvalu concluded with the reminder that children are an inheritance and a gift from God. My father was a man of incredible faith. The alarm clock for our family in the morning was his very exaggerated clearing of his throat, sitting down, and he would say, as he sits there with his Bible or his Book of Mormon, he would sit there and he would go, and it came to pass, and all the children had to scramble from their beds and be there before he actually started the chapter. Now, my mother was also a very powerful woman of faith and very scary. If we didn't move quickly enough, then her stick might be part of the morning program. In the Pacific, the influence of faith weaves through the very fabric of our family and community life. It helps children discover who they are and what they can do. I'm sure when our ministers were running around as wild and adventurous, snotty-nosed Pacific children, playing with sticks and rubbish and fruit as their toys, I bet they had no idea what was planned for them in the future, what God had planned for them in the future. But He knew just like he knows the role that each of us plays in this conversation that we're having at this time. Faith in God is the bedrock of our social structures in the Pacific. Recognizing this powerful influence, today's panel discussion will explore how faith is a vital force in creating nurturing environments, fostering holistic care, and instilling strong value-based foundations for our youngest generation. Our distinguished panelists, each bringing a wealth of experience and insight, will reflect on a myriad of ways that faith can contribute to early childhood development. From the love and guidance shared at home with families to the support networks offered by churches, mosques and temples, and other faith-based organizations. So without further ado, I would like to invite our panelists for today forward. So I'd like to invite Ms. Liku Saraintimbau, representative for the Pacific Conference of Churches, to come forward. I'd like to invite Reverend Upolu from the Pacific Theological College in Samoa to also come forward. Dr. Cedric Alepandava, Permanent Secretary, Ministry of Women, Youth, Children, Family Affairs from Solomon Islands, and Mr. Jerry Ubase, Secretary from the Ministry of Community Development, Religion and Youth from Papua New Guinea. If you could please come forward, and we'd like to give them a round of applause as they come forward. Now, I would like to share the topic or the question that has been posed to our panelists and what they will be discussing with us today. And this is, what is a practical action that your government or organization would like to share that strengthens the support for families and children in the earliest years of life, particularly through collaboration with faith leaders or faith-based organizations? Thank you. And if you'd like to get the mic there as well, there's a microphone. Okay, I would like to welcome you again. Another round of applause, please, for our distinguished panelists, and turn the time over for their remarks. Thank you, please.
Morning, everyone. Morning through. Dabai namana. The Excellencies, Honorable Ministers, colleagues, HODs, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Jerry Ubase, like the Mistress of Ceremonies introduced. Basically, I will speak on the two frameworks that we have in the country to support the work of churches through ECD. The first framework that I will be speaking to about is the church-state partnership framework that the government has put in place to support the church works in the country. So in that space, we have the 7 mainline churches: the Catholic, the STA, the Lutheran, the Salvation Army, the Baptist, and United Church. And so on a regular basis, government provides funding support to the mainline churches. And those 7 mainline churches contribute a lot in terms of development in the country, especially in education, the health services, and community development services in the country. So the government has recognized the efforts by giving them or supporting them with direct support grants. Having said that, we have 3 key players in the space of delivering government services, which is the Department of Health. They focus, I think 50% of the health institution is run by churches. So government gives support. And as we all are aware, government services only goes where the districts are. They don't go beyond the districts or into the atolls, into the mountains. The churches do exist in those areas. So it is vital that government needs to support the churches so that churches continue to support the people in health, in education, and community development, other services like supporting our disabled community. So the grants that we give, Department of Education has its own separate grants that they provided to church. That also supports the education in terms of development curriculum, in terms of church-based activities, and churches has their own prerogative to, all the churches in PNG has their own policies, their own doctrines, so they tend to establish their own ECD in their respective churches. So Department of Education in the country has the overall responsibility to ensure that all the churches do subscribe to the government curriculum to ensure that everything that is taught in the country is in line with the national curriculum. So that's so that the government is on a regular basis, we are providing support to the churches. However, the most critical, I think, component of ECD in churches, we have realized that everyone has spoken about the first 1,000 days about the child's life. We have realized that from when the child is first conceived and to the first 1,000 days of a child's life, there's a missing link in between. Like when a child is about 5 or 4 years old, of course they go to school. But that period, when they're conceived to about 4 or 3, that is the area that church has to play the critical role of ECD. We need to nurture them because that's the time when the cognitive ability is being developed. So from experience from our country in PNG, because of stunting, most of you have already said that, when we do not be able to take care of that category between 0 to 3 or 4, you will experience a lot of social disorder. You will experience law and order issue. This is something that has to be corrected. And ECD plays a very critical role. And I want to commend all the churches, not only in PNG, but across the region and the world, that they have put in place the system of ECD to educate our young ones to be better citizens for their respective country. Having said that, in the country there are a lot of early childhood development centers springing up, coming up, not coordinated. Every organization or every individual that sees that there's an opportunity for them to create an institution for early childhood, everyone tries to do that. Having done that, there are criteria and processes or due diligence that has to be followed. So like in PNG, we have the Department of Education, the standard curriculum is there. Unfortunately, most of the trainings that is done or schooling that is done under the early childhood development doesn't align to the main education program in the country. So UNICEF has been instrumental in the country in helping especially in terms of early childhood development. They've been training our teachers. Unfortunately, we cannot fund because of the alignment. You need to align your activity, the materials the curriculum that you are teaching has to be aligned to the national government curriculum that is taught in that country. So these are some of the challenges that we are experiencing as a country. But there's a challenge, but there's a way out on how best we can be able to approach those challenges to ensure that early childhood development in our country with our faith-based organization is fully realized. Like I said earlier, that gap between when the child is conceived to the early stage of 1,000 days, that is that critical period that the education department does not have a say in between, because we all understand that that is the time when the child is still with the mother. That is so crucial that child has to go through the ECD training to ensure that they develop their cognitive ability. So apart from that, we have another structures, which we have the Council of Churches meeting that our minister, good minister, Mr. Jason Peter, hosts. We have twice meeting every year, which we invite all the 7 mainline churches to come. And we normally check on what they do on a regular basis. So we provide support and grants, but we ask them to report back on what they have been doing with the grants that they have received from the government. And we have priorities that has to be, the funds has to be spent according to the priorities. And we want to see that one of the key priorities is early childhood development. So our message to our church leaders is that all the Sabbath schools, all the Sunday schools has to be converted to ECD. And because infrastructure, church has those infrastructure already. There's no need for us to build a new infrastructure. Most of the pastors' wives, these are experienced people. All we need to do is train them. Mothers do not need to bring their child to the garden or to the market. Child needs to remain in the church, goes to the Sunday school, like I said, converted to ECD institution. The child can learn basic phonics, can learn the Bible verse, to try to change the attitude. That has to be done in the church setting. So this is the approach that minister, and as a department that is responsible for churches, we are encouraging all the churches in the country to do that. We are in the process of developing the early childhood policy to ensure that that is done, and also to put resources to support that. Because that is the only way we can be able to help or get our faith organization to ensure that we have early childhood development being administered throughout all the schools in the country. And that's something that we are working towards. Apart from that, by supporting the work of churches, the government has gone ahead. We have established the Office of Child and Family Services that is responsible for all children in the country. Apart from that, the government has also gone ahead. Now we have a legislation in place for children, which we now call it the Lookout in Pikinini Act. We have policies, all documentation to do with children in the country, we do have them. The only missing link, like I said, is from the first 1,000 days. That church, we believe that church will play that connectivity role. The connectivity between the community and church is vital. Because nowadays in Papua New Guinea, you see that once the mother goes to the market or goes to, the mother gives like just one kina or $1 to the child. They'll tell the child, go buy yourself a bottle of Coke and maybe a bread and go and watch movies. So that child, the entire life is wasted watching movies. No proper development in the child's life. So that's something that as a country we feel that through the church network we can be able to change that. Having said that, churches, like I said, they are spread all over. In all the villages that you go, you will see churches. And they will play that critical role in terms of helping to nurture the younger ones to be better citizens for their respective nations. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Can I get a round of applause for Secretary Jerry and really grateful for everything that you shared about the interactions between the support provided by government for churches through grants and also the frameworks being provided. Thank you. It's very insightful. I'd like to turn the time over to Ms. Liku to share some reflections as well, please. Thank you.
Vinaka Vakalevu, Madam Moderator, Anisambula Vinaka, and a very good morning, honorable ministers, heads of delegations, distinguished guests, and respected leaders of the Pacific. As introduced by the Madam Moderator this morning, my name is Liku Saratimbao, and I am a representative of the Pacific Conference of Churches, and I bring greetings from the Secretariat Office in Suva, and also our General Secretary, Reverend James Bhagwan. From the opening ceremony of this forum, and from the discussions that we've heard this morning, we have witnessed culture, prayer, and the call to unity flow together. This is an outward sign of the deep spirituality that binds Pacific peoples to one another and to the land and sea that we share. That spirituality, nurtured by Christianity and other faith traditions, is not ornamental. It is the wellspring of social transformation. When it is honored, families flourish, communities protect their most vulnerable, and the environment is treated as sacred trust. And we have heard in our minister's report yesterday and also the reports this morning of the wonderful work that is happening within our Pacific region, but it is also an important reminder to us that many Pacific children live with a hidden litany of trauma. Family violence, sexual abuse, malnutrition, the climate field of loss of home and livelihood. If families are the cornerstone of both Pacific society and Christian community, then the wounds of children are the cracks in that cornerstone. The Pacific Conference of Churches, PCC, therefore regards child protection not as a peripheral program, but as a gospel imperative. Responding to a mandate of its 12th General Assembly that took place in Auckland, New Zealand in 2018, PCC entered a strategic partnership with UNICEF to nurture a household of God that affirms the value of children, where children are protected, nurtured, and empowered by the Holy Spirit as precious gifts from God. The partnership's methodology is simple and rigorous. Combine sound theology, practical law, and community mobilization so that every congregation can become a child-safe space. These are some of the practices that PCC, that we hope and do, that we hope is contributing to the development and integration of early childhood development and the protection of children. The contextual theology of protection. Over 3 years, PCC and UNICEF have co-facilitated workshops in Fiji, Solomon Islands, and the Marshall Islands, grounding child rights in scripture and Pacific spirituality. A 5-module manual, Churches Keeping Children Safe, guides the process. Module 1, Christian Foundations of Child Protection. Module 2, Causing Children to Stumble Through Violence and Abuse. Module 3, Protecting Human Dignity Through the Law. Module 4, Roles and Responsibilities of Loving Parents. Module 5, Children as Precious Gifts from God. Each module links biblical teaching with national legislation, showing that Caesar's law and Christ's law converge in the defense of children. There is also an early childhood focus in the training manual. Module 4 devotes an entire session to stages of child development, beginning from the womb to the toddler and to the next 1,000 days. And it also covers a specific component on the care for adolescents. And for Pacific culture, or Pacific contents, children do not leave their parents, and also parents do not leave their children even into the older years. So we believe that protecting children, or being there for our children, begins from the womb until the tomb. With UNICEF's technical input, PCC trainers introduce counseling cards on care for child development and encourage congregations to assess the safety of their Sunday school spaces, homes, and village play areas. We even included interdisciplinary resource people. In 2024, the program added specialist voices, including Father Dr. James Ereai Hionania, neurologist and Catholic priest from the Catholic Archdiocese in Honiara, who wove brain science and Pacific theology together. He reminded participants that a child's first image of God is formed through the faces
relationship. Provides funding 1/10, including funding to the church through the Ministry of Traditional Governance, Peace, Reconciliation, as well as ecclesiastical affairs, that is churches. He called me to his general office, GG office, and asked me a specific question. He said, "P.S., you tell me, why during the COVID-19 we tend to see violence against women and girls, violence and abuses to the children is increased?" So I then replied, yes, we tend to see increase, merely because fathers and daddies are now not going to work. They stayed back home. And as such, domestic violence has escalated. And because of temper, we talked about temper yesterday, because of dad's temper, who is also known as a Christian, gets the whip and discipline and hit the children on head, on arm, on shoulder. So he told me, "You write a cabinet paper." P.S. So you write a cabinet paper, I will lobby to the ministers of the cabinet and you will get funding. So I prepared a cabinet paper, briefed my minister, she brought it into the cabinet, and sure enough, because of his communication with the finance minister and all other ministers, it was immediately approved. And the funding came to my ministry, purposely to support church. The funding came to the ministry. I was so happy. After the funding came to the ministry, we created a relationship with churches. In Solomon Islands, we have Sika, the mainstream churches, Anglican, Catholic, Methodist United, which is one, SSCC, and Seventh-day Adventist. In Sifga, we call it Solomon Islands Full Gospel Association. That is other charismatic group, the Mormons, Baptist, and Salvation Army, other minor churches. So the funding came. The relationship that we have built with the churches now is we started to train them. And after contextualizing them with the policies and legislation, Family Protection Act, Child and Family Welfare Act, Penal Code of Sexual Harassment, as well as our policies for children, policies for women, they have now gone and contextualized it to a biblical context and are preaching on the pulpit, because they have 80% of the population, the congregation are within their reach, as alluded by PNG as well. 80% of our population are in rural areas, and churches do have their congregation. All these years we have not been collaborating with faith-based organizations. But now it has dawned to us by partnership with the churches. Although we have not established a memorandum of understanding, but they understood that if we to reduce violence against women and girls and violence against our children, we need to preach it to the congregation. We need to talk to the family, parents, and to the village and whole community. Thank you, Honorable Minister for Cook Islands. You have blessed us with a biblical reference you have made in Proverbs 22, verse 6. Train up a child in a way he should go, and when he or she is old, he or she will not depart from the truth. I would like to thank also Dr. Fassi, Honorable Fassi from Tonga, who made this presentation in a cultural context. But I tell you, the reference has been made by representative of Council of Churches. It is found in Psalms 127, verse 3. This is the text that's resonated in our new community facilitation manual, a guideline for parents. And we want to thank Pacific Council of Churches. We have not copied, but we have seen this and have formulated this guideline. It is a holistic guideline on what everyone has made mention about the caste culture of Fafata, the culture of Kaililoa, extended arm, Fafata resting on the chest. We have in the Pacific, correct me if I'm wrong, I think 90% of our countries around the Pacific are Christian. But we seem not to act like Christians. Because because of anger, the Holy Spirit is not within us, where we kick our wives. We molest them. Even if to the extent of giving love, extended arm, it is not there. It's an area which you and me should look at. I want to also read and make reference to Psalms 127, verse 3. Behold, children are an heritage of the Lord. The fruit of the womb. That's blessing. I have some relatives who do not have any children. I gave some medicinal treatment, and eventually they had children. But it is a very painful experience not to have the fruit of the womb. We are talking about fruit of the womb. And I'm thankful for Honorable Dr. Kasi for reiterating to us. Sometimes we do not realize the fact that children are God's heritage. If you look it up in the dictionary, heritage it meant God's property. I do not like, I'm sorry. Secondary to that is, in our theme, children are our heritage. That's secondary. Primary, it is the heritage of God. Unless we have this concept in our mind that it belongs to God, then we will see violence coming down and education of our children will be starting at conception stage. Thank you, Doctor, for reiterating that. Conception is the very area that you and me and all the Pacific Island countries should look at. If we want to see reduction of violence against women and girls, violence and abuses, all forms against our children, then our training, early childhood education is paramount. So we have developed this community facilitation manual. It's a holistic manual. It talks about health, it talks about culture, it talks about nutrition, it talks about education. We are training the priests, pastors, and ministers to go out to the church members and tell them they are to train children. I want to go back and reiterate that more and making reference to the Bible. I'm not a pastor, but write it down so that you can go and read and let us do this awareness. Deuteronomy chapter 6. Deuteronomy chapter 6. Exactly what Honorable Doctor has made mention in culture. It is made reference in the Bible. This is the very word that God instructed children of Israel. And I want to read particularly in 4, 5, 6, and 7. Write it down, every members, and let us work together to reiterate this command to our families. Hear, O Israel, the Lord our God is one. Verse 5, you shall love your God with all your heart, with all your soul, and with all your strength. If you and me do not love God, how can we teach our early childhood babies? It cannot work. Through God, it can work. And these words which I command you today, it shall be in your heart. Verse 7. You shall teach them diligently to your children. Are we diligently teaching to our children? Is our question. We may have all the documents. policies and laws. But if Christ is not within, we are wasting our time. You shall teach them diligently to your children, and you shall talk to them when you sit on your house, in your house. Exactly what he said. He may not be laying down, but it is continuous, diligent advising our children. And when you walk by the way, and when you lay down, that is when extended arm and resting on chest comes in place. And when you rise up. So it simply means talking to our children every time, continuously, not just in the morning or when you lay down. We have biggest problem because we are not training our children well. They become very violent. So our problem is we must repent and contextualize our teaching in reference to the Bible. Thank you. I think I talked too much. But this is the reminder to us. Faith-based organization is one important player which we never tap. And Solomon Islands is now tapping and relying on faith-based organization. SICA and SIPGA together with the help of Pacific Island Council of Churches and with every ministries, we can make a difference by training our children. Early childhood development is paramount. But it must start from the womb, which is the fruit of the womb, blessing to a couple. That is why I made my question yesterday. I find it hard to train a child who does not have a father. Unwanted pregnancy. Although we say that it takes a village to raise up a child, it's quite difficult. So for us to teach our children, the development stage is also paramount. I always tell my wife, talk to the daughters. Teach them the development stages. Are we doing that in various respective homes? Or are we relying on teacher by the time it's too late? When they reach adolescent, their chemical estrogen is produced much to their body. And they become very hyper-sensitive. And to the boys, testosterone. And they want to become very adventurous. And that is where a problem arises. They touch each other. Thank you, Dr. To make mention, Francis, to make mention about it is taboo. And in our culture, when you enter the door, girls are supposed to be putting your knees, bending your knees and walk. That Polynesian guy there, Chris, our DS, he's from Tikopia. Their culture is when you come into the house, you crawl on your knees. And then you pass gentlemen and the relatives and you go. These days, girls and young people just walk in front of elders. We must teach our children basically and foremost with the Word of God. Seek ye first the kingdom of God, Matthew 6:33, and all these things shall be added unto you. If we don't get Jesus or Christ into our lives to have peace and security, how can we teach our babies? our children. Thank you very much. I'm not a linguistic, so I can't use all the languages, Tongan language or Samoan language. But I said thank you very much, ministers, PSS, development partners, all protocol observed. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Dr. Cedric. I know you said that you're not a pastor, but I think from now on, we're going to call you Reverend Dr. Cedric. Thank you so much for all your powerful reminders and scriptures shared, and I'm sure some very memorable reflections that were shared today. And with that, I would like to turn some time to our honourable ministers, if you would like to ask some questions of our esteemed panel or share your own thoughts briefly if you're hungry, but up to you, because we also look forward to hearing your questions and your thoughts as you listen to the members of our panel today. It's over to you now. Thank you, Minister from Samoa.
Thank you. Thank you, Ruth. Thank you, panelists. Thank you for sharing your experiences, particularly from the PCC and Papua New Guinea and also Solomons. I'm very interested in the practice that you mentioned, Doctor, of giving money to the church from the government. Now, from Samoa's perspective, we're very careful with that. I mean, politically, it's good to get the votes. But we are very, very careful. I mean, as a Christian nation, we've got that belief that the work of God shall not be compensated. And government is very careful of giving money through the budget, national budget, to church, just like that. I mean, it can be seen as a political agenda. But I think hearing your, from the experience that you just shared from your country, from your government, that it's actually linked to a specific purpose. So that money, or that allocation from the budget to the church is directly, correct me if I'm wrong, and that's basically my question, it's directly linked to ECD or ECE. I just want to be clear on that. It's an interesting concept, very interesting. And from a political point of view, as politicians, government also has to be very careful giving money through the national budget to churches. And I'm interested in what exactly is the purpose, what is the objective, or are there KPIs associated with that allocation from the budget to the church? Thank you, Moderator.
Thank you, Honourable Minister for Samoa. The budget that the government allocated to the church affairs, Ministry of Church Affairs, is basically because most of the schools and institutions, primary schools, early childhood education, are owned by churches. And many of us, even the Honourable Tozen Leokana sitting here, he's the product of church-based, faith-based organization, institution. So many of our schools, DS, can you give me that number? But many of our schools, maybe 70%, are owned by churches. So the allocation that the church gives to, the government gives to the church are purposely to run the institution. And they are allocated to secondary, primary, and early childhood education as well. We hope that we can be able to work together with them so that the portion of the budget must also touch early childhood development. But as Minister has alluded to us, that we have Education Act 2023 has stipulated early childhood development. And I'm pretty sure moving forward, we can be able to get that allocation to the early childhood development. Maybe Minister want to add to help me, he can be able to top up. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Cedric. Minister, Honorable Minister, I think in PNG we have a similar system, but structurally we go through the responsible agency. We don't channel the funding straight to the church. We go to a responsible agency, and the responsible agency deal directly with the headquarters of the churches. And we, like I said, we meet twice in a year, and the churches needs to come back and explain to the government what they have been doing with the money, how the spending was, and that depends. If they don't report as per the funding that we give, then we can reduce the funding to ensure that they are being transparent in what they do. So for us in Papua New Guinea, we don't necessarily give it directly to the churches, but we work through the respective ministries to ensure that the funding is acquitted for. Thank you.
In Solomon Islands, we did not experience any corruption for that matter. I guess the churches, they implement whatever we give, and they produce reports how they use this funding that is given to the churches. And the funding that they gave us is particularly to reduce violence against women and girls and violence against children, as well as early childhood education and early childhood development. There's a funding also given to our ministry to support early childhood education, which we normally dish out to them when they come apply for the funding. We have to visit their infrastructure, and we fund them particularly for the materials. We do not build infrastructure, but the school materials, their printing machines, we also fund from our Children's Development Division. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Cedric, and also for sharing. And I'd also like to share with you, Minister, that in Kiribati we also have what's called the Social Stability Fund, which is also managed by our ministry, the Ministry of Women, Youth, Sports, Social Affairs, of which churches come under as well as NGOs. And the purpose of this fund was designed because we realised that there was a huge amount of pressure on the populations because of the fundraising needs that they face for their churches. And so in order to assist with alleviating the pressure on families that are already struggling in a developing country living in poverty, that the government decided that it was very appropriate to administer a grant to churches to help them with their operating costs. And so for the past 3 years, I believe, the government of Kiribati has been providing funding to churches based on the size of the population of members that are a part of those church groups. And we have really seen a great shift in supporting those families and the way that the church's governance systems operate in terms of the pressure that is provided on those fundraising targets. So thank you for that question. And it's actually also great to hear what other governments are doing in order to generate perhaps, reporting or create other systems around it that we can prevail on churches to align themselves better. So thank you for raising that for further discussion. Are there any more questions? Yes, with the Minister of Niue, over to you.
Thank you, and maybe not so much as a question for the panel, but food for thought for our partners. Now, firstly, I'd like to thank and acknowledge all of our panelists and yourself for this this important session. But in particular to Ms. Liku, thank you so much for telling us about that partnership between UNICEF and the Pacific Conference of Churches. That is so important. Now, I know there is a lot of talk about PPPs and the focus on private sector, but PPPs should also look at the NGOs as well. So I'm grateful because there was a university study in Niue trying to, looking at the links of climate change and mental health. And clear needs were identified, including one of the recommendations to strengthen counselling. And immediately they looked at the hospital. But I had given some food for thought. Why aren't we looking at our faith-based organisations? Because they are the first ones that we turn to when we celebrate. They're the first ones when we grieve. Now, if we can give them more support so that they can understand what we're doing, the partnership has to be between the NGOs, the government, and our partners, external partners outside. Thank you so much, UNICEF, for supporting our churches in this approach that has been made because our religions are at the heart of our communities. And thank you so much, Minister, for sharing what you're doing in Kiribati, because in Niue, we have less than 2,000 people living on Niue. Somehow we have 6 different denominations of faith with two smaller denominations as well. And the pressure on our communities is heavy because it's very, very expensive to maintain and to replace infrastructure. So I hope that our development partners can hear and understand the conversations of how we are trying to maximize and include everyone in our society in our planning, and so that we can all work together to also alleviate pressures. It's not just the government officials that can affect change, but also strengthening our relationships with NGOs can help everyone in the community. So thank you so much for the insights again today. Whakawelahi.
Thank you, Minister. Yes, Dr. Cedric, please.
One thing we have found with our churches, they seem to have, particularly Anglican Church, South Sea Evangelical Church in Solomon Islands, and SDA Church, they do have this parental manual. And then coupled with that, Seventh-day Adventists do have child guidance, message to young people, and Adventist home. These are books and policies within the church to train up a child. That is early childhood development. But they don't seem to be using that manual. So having gone through that manual, we have now built up a protection community facilitation manual that is to be used by all churches with the Pacific Council of Churches who had given us as a workbook. On that note, in our case, you need a champion. And for our case, it is the GG. And maybe the permanent secretary who is sitting down here was the champion to move funding, particularly to help churches from a not non-traditional ministry, particularly for children and ending violence. And on that note, I would like to profoundly thank UNICEF. UNICEF have also funded the formulation of our protection facilitation manual, the guideline for parental guideline. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Dr. Cedric. Yes, some more. Yes, go.
Honorable Minister, I just want to reiterate something here to the Pacific Council of Churches. The 7 mainline churches that I was alluding to earlier, that we have a partnership with all those churches in Australia. So the churches in Australia, the similar settings that we have in the country, the similar in Australia. So from there, they normally, through the taxpayers' money, they support our churches. So I think maybe the Pacific Council of Churches should probably look into this, and we can maybe work around some support to support all other churches in our region. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Secretary Jerry. Yes, one more. Yes.
Thank you.
Please go
Thank
ahead.
you. I just want to acknowledge your opening remarks, Honourable Minister. It's very touching and moving, and as well as our panelists. I couldn't sit here and not say something, because faith is always is something very important to all of us. However, the monitoring, improving the systems that we have already in place is very important. I want to share from a Cook Island perspective that our government do not directly, as Samoa Minister have highlighted, we don't directly fund our religions. However, we have a religious advisory council. That is, there's a formulation of churches, and we fund a small amount of money to help with an activity that they come up with that is on the main island and also the other islands in the Cook Islands. So it's very small. However, hearing there are options available from our donor partners, it's good to hear that there are help available, because I think the Bible classes that we have our own within our church. We also have in our schools. These are Bible classes that during my days at school, they were strong. But as the years went by, it slowly disappeared, or it wasn't as strong as it used to be, even within our school system. At one stage, sometimes it's not the minister, because the Minister of Education is right here with me, but our heads of education, our principals within the schools themselves can come up with their own ruling, and they can take out these Bible classes within the schools. I share this because it's very important to also strengthen these within the school curriculum system. It happens once a week for some schools, or some depends. It's up to them how they decide to. But overall, I come back to faith that we need to strengthen our faith-based. And I also want to highlight that the Cook Islands National Children's Policy today has been endorsed in our cabinet, and we've adopted that Proverbs 22 as a foreword to always remind us. We all need to be reminded that the children are the fruits and the blessings of God. So thank you very much for all your very interesting and inspiring stories and sharing to all of us today. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Minister Rose, for your remarks and your acknowledgements of how important this conversation is, and also the inspiring work that, or values that the Cabinet from Cook Islands is incorporated into your meetings. And with that, I would like to say fa'afetai te lava to our esteemed panelists for sharing profound insights and experiences today. Your reflections have illuminated the unique and powerful role of faith communities play in nurturing the early development of children across the Pacific. We've heard very compelling examples of how faith provides a strong foundation for nurturing environments, fosters holistic care that addresses not just physical needs, but also spiritual, emotional well-being, and instills crucial values that shape our children's character from the earliest years. I loved how our new Reverend Dr. Cedric shared a scripture that is also very similar to a scripture that I wanted to share, which shows what a beautiful spirit we have present amongst us. And this one is taken from Matthew 22, when Jesus was asked which one of the commandments was the most important out of all the commandments. And Jesus' response was, "Thou shalt love the Lord thy God with all thy heart, mind, and spirit." And the second was that thou shalt love thy neighbor as thyself. The fundamental commandment to love God and to love our neighbor as ourselves deeply resonates with the spirit and intent of the 2050 Blue Pacific Strategy. At its core, this strategy is about collective well-being, our shared prosperity, and the sustainable future of our Pacific home and its people, our neighbors. The conversation that we're having today, focusing on the early development of our children, is therefore not just critical, it's foundational. For it's nurturing our young, instilling in them the values of compassion, respect, responsibility, that we lay the groundwork for a future Pacific that embodies the very essence of loving our neighbor. The sustainable success we strive for in the 2050 Blue Pacific Strategy will only be realized if the generations to come are equipped with the holistic development and spiritual compass to carry it forward. Our children are not just beneficiaries of this strategy, they are its future architects and custodians. So in closing, what I would like to do is invite the Minister for Tuvalu forward and the delegation from Tuvalu, because we have a very special surprise we've inserted into the program. And what this is, I would like to share with you, is there's a tradition in Tuvalu that is actually inherited from Samoa. And this is a prayer of the Mafafonga, which is carried out by the children every day at sunset. They all gather in a little circle and they sing this song, which is a prayer. So I'll invite the Minister from Tuvalu to come forward, along with his delegation from Tuvalu, who I hear are very beautiful singers. They've been practicing since childhood. Please give them a round of applause. Now, I want you to know I spent only a few months in Tuvalu when I was a child, and I became a part of this daily tradition. I would have been around the age of 7. And from just those weeks of singing the Mafafonga with the children of Tuvalu, I to this day remember the lyrics of this song. And that's how powerful this tradition is. And I would like to also give the mic to the Minister from Tuvalu, so that he can also maybe share the meaning of these lyrics.
If I say, the song we used to sing in Tuvalu, well, it's the Salmon version that we're going to sing. Historically, on the 10th of May, Yeah. Give us a tune, please.
1, 2, go. Tamaiti mave maya kelisoya ola ilunga pese aleluya pese aleluya ya Yesu ale ale mave maya kelisoya ola ilunga pese aleluya vivi ya Yesu ale ale mave maya kelisoya ola ilunga pese aleluya vivi ya Yesu.
Faftai.
Thank you very much, Tuvalu, for that lovely prayer as well. It's a singing prayer. And I would like to thank the last session, especially Honorable Kwan Sing for moderating the session, and thank you to the panelists for that fantastic presentation. So let's give a hand again to the panel. So now it's lunch break, and we break for lunch for an hour, so that will be 1:30 when we come back here. Just to remind that ministers of education and their CEOs are having a lunch at that room at the back, Savai room, to discuss finalizing some aspects of the ECE. So other ministers can join as well, because you'll be important in that process. So, but the rest of us, of course, will go across to the dining room around the back. So again, thank you very much for taking part this morning, and enjoy lunch. Thank you. Alofa, everyone. Can we let everyone else outside there know that we're starting with our next session? I hope lunch was good and that you had a break to discuss other topics with your colleagues. And of course, there was an important meeting of the Ministers of Education and their CEOs next door. So that was good. So we move on now to session 2.5, which will focus on effective community-based approaches to supporting early childhood development across our region. This session will spotlight practical and context-specific strategies that have helped empower families, engage caregivers, and mobilize local resources to improve outcomes for young children. We're pleased to be joined by a panel of experts and practitioners who will share insights from their work at the community level. To moderate for this session, I'm honored to welcome Secretary Anne Herman, Permanent Secretary of the Ministry of Internal Affairs of the Cook Islands. Secretary Herman, the floor is yours. Welcome, Anne Herman, to the floor.
Yeah. Thank you, MC. I think everyone is still coming from lunch, or they've heard that Cook Islands has an icebreaker, and they're trying to avoid swinging some hips. So if you'll indulge me and just have another maybe 3 minutes to finish your Red Bulls and your water. And then I'll come back and start the show. Yeah.
As a form of exercise after lunch to burn those calories. So it's a healthy thing.
It's a healthy thing.
Yes.
If I can please have my lead icebreaker come to the front of the stage, please. Lysiane Messine. Lysiane is a champion akauka dancer. Yes. Would you like a microphone?
Can everyone hear me? No, we'll give you the microphone.
But not only is she a champion akauka dancer, she is also a sexual reproductive health facilitator. So you might get a mixture of the two this afternoon. Disclaimer, I have not seen it. We have not approved it. Whatever happens, happens, and doesn't leave this room.
Thank you, Anne. Kia ora, everybody. As mentioned earlier, I'm Lysiane, so I'll be your experts for our icebreaker for today. I can see some familiar faces in the room. You remember me as the watermelon girl. Yeah, back in Fiji, I was asked to do an icebreaker on like a last-minute request, and coming up on the stage and just giving this opportunity to all our honourable ministers and such to participate in our reproductive health, sexual reproductive health activity that we always do, which is called the watermelon or fruit salad, we'd say. So we were trying to figure out how we're gonna do our icebreaker today. We had so many options. We included Cook Island dancing, the fruit salad, the watermelon, we'd say, or other things that we were gonna do. But hey, the watermelon, the fruit salad won the options, okay? So we're gonna do fruit salad today. Can I get everybody to stand on your feet, please? I know you had a heavy lunch. That fish was delicious, so we're gonna try and turn that fish into a fruit salad, okay? Test, 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 okay. We're gonna do a little bit of twist to our fruit salad, because I know some of us here who knows all the actions. We're gonna do a little bit of twist. Thank you to our doctor who did the panel discussions earlier and taught us a very important practice in home when you have children. So we remember how our doctor from Tonga, who introduced the kali loa, okay? And also fata fata mawhana. So instead of doing guava and banana, we're gonna do guava and banana, okay? Guava on your eyes with 2 hands, and banana both hands wide open. Okay, we'll start from the beginning. Watermelon, watermelon, okay? Because in ECD, sorry, okay. Chill out. Can you see me now? Okay. So watermelon, around your stomach, yeah. For our agriculture people in here, this is what a watermelon looks like. And it's very sweet. If it looks like this, it's sweet. Okay? So watermelon, and we also practice this, as we've mentioned a lot of times, that it should start with the conception. So this is also an action for the conception, okay? Watermelon. So instead of papaya, we're gonna do the fata fata mawhana action, which is this, okay? So watermelon, I'd say papaya, but the action is the fata fata mawhana, okay? Watermelon, watermelon, papaya, papaya. Okay, guava, remember guava and banana. I was told to keep it PG, so we are gonna keep it PG. Okay, let's start. Yeah, are we ready? I'm gonna sing, you just do the action. Ready, go. Watermelon, watermelon, papaya, papaya, guava and banana, guava and banana. Okay, hold. Hold. This is how I want you to go. Bend your knee a little bit, if you're able. Yeah. If you can't do this, please come to the gym at 6 o'clock tomorrow morning. Okay? So bend your knee a little bit, and I want you to, you know, when you shake the bowl of cover? Yeah. And with your body moving as well. Okay? This is the action. Fruit salad, fruit salad. Okay? We can start from the beginning. 1, 2. Watermelon, watermelon, papaya, papaya, guava and banana, guava and banana, fruit salad, fruit salad. I can see a lot of people that need to come to the gym tomorrow morning. Okay, we're gonna do one more time, and I want you to go a little bit faster. And this is important too, so that wherever you go to your respective countries, you remember about our ECD conception, okay? Fata fata mawhana, yeah, which is the chest, the warm hearts, the warm chest of our tamariki, of our children, and kaliloa lima, okay? Kaliloa lima. And the guava, okay, we make sure that what they see is PG, okay? Okay, we start from the beginning. Last one, a little bit faster. 1, 2. Watermelon, watermelon, papaya, papaya, guava and banana, guava and banana. Fruit salad, fruit salad. Continue. Fruit salad, fruit salad. One more. Fruit salad. Last one. Fruit salad. Fruit salad. Thank you. You may take a seat now.
Thank you. Thank you, Lucienne. We didn't get any dessert, so that was your dessert. Fruit salad. We did it. Yeah. So yes, Lucienne is also our child protection or family protection officer in many, many hats. So thank you, Lucienne, for that. The room looks a lot fuller now that they know they didn't have to do the Round the World Challenge and have to dance the Cook Island dance. Maybe next time, maybe tomorrow. As you may have noticed, when I came to the front of the room, I'm wearing my runners. Now, they're very white because they're not very well used. But I wanted to wear them as a symbol of, many people have come up today and yesterday and presented in front of this very, very prestigious group of ministers. And I wanted to acknowledge everyone that's come up and been brave and courageous to come up and speak in front of our ministers, and also our ministers who are brave and courageous with the work, the bold work. I suppose bold has been one of the magic words that we've heard. The bold work that is going to be required when we leave here. So I put my runners on to symbolize, when we get back home, it'll be kicking off those heels and getting down to our communities, our grassroots, and starting to walk the talk. When I go to work, I have my team back in the Cook Islands watching, in our media room, watching this conference, because I want ECD to be everybody's business, and I couldn't bring the whole team. If I could, I would have. And they know that when Anne comes to work in high heels and her ekatu and her blazer, she must be meeting with the minister. When Anne comes to work in her shoes, that means that we haven't done something and she's going to be running around to all our offices and following up. To me, for all those speakers, we power dress so that we can have confidence to come in front of people and speak. That happens at all levels, not only at the staff level, not only at the PS level, but I know when I heard our minister from Kiribati talk today about the added pressure of having to come and moderate, I know this is even at the ministerial level. And so I wanted to wear them as a symbol of solidarity, that we all get nervous and we all have uncomfortable moments, but these are the moments when we know we're breaking through. So, the work in the communities. I am so honored today to be able to introduce the next panelists, who are those people that put their shoes on every day and walk the talk in our communities. We've heard about how our culture plays a massive role in our ECD development. We've heard about how our faith also plays an integral role. Our community groups, I have to take my ekatu off for them today, because as a government senior official, I could not do half of the work that I do with my countries without the support of these community groups, our NGOs and CSOs. So can we have a round of applause for all those back in country that are doing all that work while we write our many laws, marama. So today I have the esteemed panelist, Mr. Temesia Tuidaumia, the National Advisor for ECD from Fiji. And may I say, one of the most fashionable ECD champions in our region. Ms. Annalisa Brusati, for Parenting for Long Life Health. And all the way from Tuvalu, Director Sanganga Safenga, Ministry of Health and Social Welfare. Come and take your seats. And we keep in mind our panelists that weren't able to make it. Ms. Saini Mili, we all are very familiar with Ms. Saini Mili, and Mrs. Darina Kun. I wanted to just acknowledge them. Okay. Do I take my microphone with me?
There should be 2 microphones.
move just one seat closer to me so all the OCDs in the room will be happy. Me too. Okay. All right. So panelists, you're all doing really important work in your communities. We've heard a lot from the different areas, and it's no different for this group. You're all from different parts, some of you from health, some of you in the education system. One of the questions that I would, look at me, I've missed an entire page. Hold on, come on, shoes. All right, let's go back. I did acknowledge our ministers for how bold you were, but I do have to do my opening. Ministers, excellencies, and distinguished delegates. So sorry. You know, my minister tells me off all the time for protocol. I am not the protocol queen. Apologies, minister. It is an honor to be able to moderate this important session today on practical and context-specific approaches that have proven effective in supporting ECD development at the community level. Across the Pacific, we know that families and communities are at the heart of our child's growth and learning. What works for our villages, for our neighborhoods, for our settlements, and in our homes is grounded in local culture, knowledge, and relationships that we hold. So today, we will hear from a range of leaders and experts who make a real difference through community-based efforts, from parent support initiatives to inclusive programming and multi-sector partnerships. All right. So here's your question, and they have been prepared earlier. What practical and context-specific approaches have you found most effective in supporting early childhood development at the community level, and how have these particularly supported families and caregivers? Would you like to start? Thank you, Sanganga.
Thank you, everyone. Thank you, moderator, for allowing me to be the first one to share our story from our beautiful island of Tuvalu. Before I proceed on, I would also like to thank the Cook Islands for the icebreaker. It is really, really fraying my nerves preparing for this panel discussion. Anyways, talo whakatula watu ki te malu ko awhia ilo te whale denei. Whaftai tātou ki te alofa te atua, ko mwhai o whelo ai tātou I te whanotanga tenei, moli maune tātou te alofa te atua. With Pacific greetings and due respect to all protocols, we gratefully acknowledge the Lord's guidance and protection for each participant who has journeyed from afar to attend and contribute to the 2025 Pacific Early Childhood Development Forum. Our presence here is intentional, offering us a valuable opportunity to listen and to share our experience reflecting on early childhood development within our diverse national settings. The question today really looks into the effective practices for community-based ECD support. Please allow me to take you back to the traditional practices of my country, Tuvalu, on nurturing of children from 0 to 2 years of age. The Tuvaluan cultural lifestyle of nurturing children is very significant to all mothers. It is a platform that has developed through our ancestors. Once the couple has agreed to marry and completed the wedding process, they must stay with the husband's family, which is very hard to me as a woman. Hard. Where responsibilities are expected to be absorbed and practiced by them. The woman who is to be the mother has to take the full responsibility, along with all the husband's commitments in terms of managing and supporting the family. For instance, doing house chores, which I believe we all do that, with crying in our heart, with our tears, when it doesn't match our priorities. Sorry. House chores such as cooking, washing, feeding the chickens, boiling the toddy, and so forth. She must take care and look after the whole household. This is called the reality of life. However, when the mother is expecting a baby, her family decides to take her back home, which is something that I'm looking forward to. I have to take back with them for the purpose of abstaining myself from hardworking and maintaining the well-being of my pregnancy until my 9 months of delivery. Within the pregnancy period, the family, particularly the pregnant mother's mother, has to ensure that her daughter eats healthy food, stay indoors, keeps clean at all times, sleeps comfortably, avoids going out at night to looking for the husband when he's not around, showers before the sun sets, does not eat leftover food, and so forth. Meanwhile, the husband must bring at least fish, yes, fish, and toddy every day to feed me and my family. There are local midwives assigned to also look after her until she gives birth. When the time is due, there is a committee. I think Samoa also have the committee in your culture. This group consists of women who will be responsible for identifying 3 members from their group to take the full responsibilities for caring for the baby, while the pregnant mother's mother will look after her, or me, the pregnant mother. The husband has limited access to his wife during this period, yes, of course, with some reasons. The committee members wash the baby's clothes, bath the baby, ensure the mother breastfeeds the baby on time until 3 months. And there is a celebration ceremony specifically for the mother and the baby, prepared by both families to signify the arrival of life for both. These are the traditional practices that form the foundation of ECD services in our context. Currently, ECD is being reintroduced within our current context and incorporates the same services that were practiced traditionally in the past. However, we understand the concept now, but we did not realize that our traditional practices were, in fact, ECD services. Social Welfare Department, which I am representing today, effectively provides ECD support and services such as parenting workshops, counseling services, and a radio program for the community, particularly pregnant mothers. Grounded on our traditional value and practices, the program works in partnership with key stakeholders with the main objectives to shape the parents and caregivers to be responsive to the needs of their children, or to become responsive parents. Though the program focuses on a multi-sectoral approach, the Department of Social Welfare is mindful of the individual needs of mothers and the challenges they face while undergoing pregnancy and into their motherly roles after giving birth. So we could offer some counseling or refer the individual to appropriate services where she could be assisted. The program has effectively contributed to a gradual decline in abortion rates recorded over the years at Tuvalu Family Health Association, which we usually call it, shorten it to TUFA. With the introduction of playgroups in preschools in 2021, introduced by the Ministry of Education, the expert over there sitting at the back, through the TULAP. Parents and caregivers have strengthened their understanding of early childhood care, increased prioritization of playgroups by mothers, and mainstreamed their children at the age of 3 years into preschools. In addition, faith-based practices remains a strong foundation of how we nurture our children, as most speakers previously alluded to. It is our parental duty to transfer and instill our faith unto our children. In the past, parents do have quality time to spend with their children at home. But the new generation of today, our working class generations, where office works become our primary daily duty, and everything else, including care, becomes secondary role. But it is a reminder for all of us that children are vulnerable, but they are valuable. Therefore, we need a village to raise a child. Faftailas.
Thank you so much for that, Sanganga. Children are certainly vulnerable, but definitely valuable to all of us. Thank you for your sharing. I will now move on to our next panelist, Temesia, who is, as I said, the National Advisor for ECD in Fiji.
Bulavinaka, my name is Temesia, and thank you very much, moderator. What an honor it is to be sitting in a room full of people that make decisions for our young citizens. Leitendalo kota mangu, leitendalo kota mangu, laingolingoli kotinangu, laingolingoli kotinangu, sangai votu mai na sing ni meli sangai ve mai na velo mendaru mai le. Toriau na kevalangi, toriau na kevalangi, sangai bi na nongu tangi, sangai bi na nongu tangi, vode mai na sing ni meli sangai ve mai na velo. That is traditional ecological knowledge. Ladies and gentlemen, that song was written by our ancestors when Fijians were blackbird out of Fiji. And that song is sung in as nursery rhymes and carried on through story times with our little ones. And only today, we're now realizing that our data is not collected through forms or research or paperwork, but it's carried through song. This beautiful afternoon, yesterday felt like a week. I'm here to talk about mobile kindi. And on your tables, there's a QR code that you're available to scan. And if this is something you'd love to see your country implement and bring into your nation, I'm more than happy to come and see you. In the front here, you have a mobile kindi kit. This kit was by UNICEF. And what we did with Mobile Kindi is that we contextualized this kit to serve communities in vulnerable communities, serve communities in marginalized communities. You have 2 buckets at the bottom that represent the WASH program. So we make sure that we serve children also with any injuries or diseases, that we're able to make sure that's being looked after. Inside the kit, they have programs that are more practical based, that are Montessori as well. And we know here in the Pacific, we love our children learn by their 5 senses. And so that's all available in this kit. There's also books here. I know Melanie at the back there will be giving it out from the SPC team. And these books really talk about NCDs. And if you want to find more information, that's available with them as well. Just to cover the community-led ECD hubs, they provide a multisectoral approach for our communities. What we do is maternal and child health care, parenting workshops, nutritional support, and early learning spaces. We also try to engage our young boys. That has become such an alarming space for us. And so what we do is working with boys. It all started with a young boy reaching out to me on Instagram that said, hey, we really need your support. And I said, how much are we talking? And he said, we need rugby balls. Okay, I think I can do that. So I put it out on Facebook, and the community came together. And we put together about 650. We bought resources for this community, and we were able to bless them with it. But what shocked me was because we come from different demographics, back home, those that are under the poverty line, those that are above. And rugby for my family and I was always entertainment. But for this community, it was a way out of their daily lives. And it really got me to see how these vulnerable communities, as much as we do see them in the most distorted ways, they're reaching out and they want, they need this. And so I really hope that this is something that your countries are looking at supporting as well. Sorry, continuing. With Mobile Kindy, it's also about addressing adverse childhood experiences. We mentioned earlier today about the indigenous traditional knowledge and the importance of including that. I just wanted to share another story. Sorry, I'm a storyteller. I was in a community, the lady that made the Fiji Airways logo, and I went into a community, it's called Namukelau. I went in with my amazing Mobile Kindy kit, and I said, we're here to teach your children. Right away, they were like, no thanks. We're okay with our traditional knowledge. And that's where I took a pause. So the other QR code that you see is where we've made a Pacific education curriculum specifically for these communities. And it covers oceans of emotions for social emotional learning. It covers climate change and story times for these children. And when I went in and we were giving gifts, and they ended up giving us gifts. And I said, oh no, actually it's the other way around. We're here to give to you. They're like, no, we can also give. And so they gave. We sat down and we made bookmarks with this community. The children of the lady that made the logo, she's passed on. We were in the middle of art and we were having fun. And then the son of the lady that made the logo nudges me and she goes, Temesia, when you go back to school, make sure to spend time with that little girl. And I said, what do you mean? Have a look. Everyone had done their stencils and painted out their artwork. But for this young girl, hers was all black. And he told me, that's a sign that she's going through something. Make sure to spend time with her. And so that's when we created Snack and Chat for our communities. Because you know us in the Pacific, we don't eat to live, we live to eat. And so we have all our snacks available, trying to be healthy as well there. Sometimes the bongo and Doritos come out. But and we have these talanoas with these children. And then we realize it's not just the children, because the children go back home, their parents are still the same way, they come back to us the same way, and it's an ongoing situation. So what we have to do is include the parents in these talanoas, make sure they're a part of it, train them. And so we started something called Mamapreneurs, where these Mobile Kindy teachers are not just coming from our communities that are well-to-do, but these teachers and mothers are actually from the community. And so we're seeing leaders being birthed in our communities, and we're not having to do the hard job and be the ones in there, but we see the communities transform their own selves within their communities. Okay, I'm almost done. I think that's it. But I just wanted to end with another song that we sing back home. And it talks about you never being alone. And that if our grandparents go ahead and generations that have gone before us, that their knowledge still stays with us. Kua ni rere auna tiko ke iko moya longanga. Kua ni rere auna tiko ke iko moya longanga. Moya longanga auna tiko ke iko. Binaka.
Vinaka Temesia. I was not on my Facebook, I was taking some notes because, and I hope everybody was, about some of these great initiatives. And I saw my minister taking notes, so I thought I'd better take some too. But in all seriousness, the stories that you told us, it really, one thing leads to another. You might open one door and then start a conversation and see another clue. And kids don't always know how to articulate what their issues are, but they definitely leave clues. So thank you so much for that intervention. Our final, but definitely not least speaker, we have with us is Ms. Annalisa Brusati from Parenting for Lifelong Health. We've heard a lot about how parenting support is really something that we all need in our countries. So let me hand it over to Annalisa.
Thank you so much, and you'll be happy to know I'm not going to sing for you today. So thank you very much, moderator. Thank you very much, ministers and delegates and development partners and colleagues. It's really an honor to be here on behalf of Parenting for Lifelong Health. Just very quickly, PLH is an organization that works in over 30 countries, and we have parenting programs in these 30 countries. We partner with UN agencies and universities across these countries to deliver and test parenting programs to ensure that we really are making a difference to the parents and to the children that we're trying to reach. So we've conducted over 15 evaluations, and many more are ongoing as we speak. And what we have seen through a lot of our programs is that community engagement is foundational to the effectiveness of early childhood interventions, and especially our work with the parents and the parent support that we want to provide. Local communities, including extended families, faith groups, traditional leaders, play a unique and really powerful role in shaping the type of caregiving environments and supporting the parents that we're trying to reach, especially the most vulnerable parents that need our support the most. There are four areas where evidence has shown that community engagement plays a vital role in ensuring the success of any parenting programs. These are the social and emotional support for the caregivers. So through the local peer support networks, we support caregivers by sharing learning, giving them encouragement, and providing them mental health support when they're needed. Through the transmission of positive cultural parenting practices. We spent the morning thinking about culture and the importance of grounding any program that we do on culture. And so working with elders, working with community leaders, faith leaders, they are really best placed to promote nurturing caregiving that is aligned with the local cultural values and traditions. Access to different parenting resources and services is also crucial, and community hubs serve as that entry point to deliver parenting programs and ensure that we reach those most in need. And finally, local ownership and sustainability. When communities are engaged in the co-design, delivery, and monitoring of parenting support programs, it's been shown across all the countries where we work that the uptake and the sustainability significantly improves. So if we think about these three pieces, design, delivery, and monitoring and sustainability in a little bit more detail, what do we mean by co-design? So we need to involve caregivers themselves and communities right from the earliest stages of a program design, inviting them to contribute to the content development and serve as peer facilitators and shape the type of delivery modalities that we might use. At PLH, we have 4 types of delivery modalities that we've tried and tested across the different countries where we work. These include group sessions, so talking to the parents, bringing the parents together. This could be in mixed groups of mothers and fathers. It could be more in single groups, mothers and fathers separately, depending on the context and depending on the type of programs that we want and topic that we might need to be discussing. We've delivered these online, especially during COVID. We had to transfer a lot of our group sessions to online delivery, and some of the countries have preferred that type of delivery. We've been able to reach many more communities that way. We have then designed what we call a parent app, which works with messaging of parenting messages, and we set up groups of parents that are all engaged in the same messaging platform and receive the same messages, and so receive the support and they're able to discuss the parenting messages that they receive. And these reach a lot more people than obviously the face-to-face and group sessions, but we're able to reach a lot more people through these parenting apps. And then what we've recently been doing is blending some of those pieces. So looking at the parenting app as a complementary aspect to the group sessions, either online or face-to-face. So working with communities to decide what are the different delivery modalities that work best. And one might work best in one community and a different one in a different community. And it's important to hear from the caregivers and the communities which one will work best. The second is around using participatory and human-centered design approaches to really work with caregivers and children to understand what the parenting needs in that given community might be, what the barriers, but also what their aspirations are from the parenting programs. What do they want to achieve? So that we can align that content to really thinking about what difference they want from the parenting program. And then finally, building on the existing community structures that are already there. There's no point in reinventing additional structures when there may be already parent associations, informal networks, or faith-based groups that already exist. So how can we work with those local service providers to really expand both the reach, but also the legitimacy of the programs that we're working on? If we then think about the program delivery, research has really underscored the benefits of local communities engaged in delivering the programs themselves. So this builds local trust and credibility. So parents are more likely to engage when the support is offered by somebody they know, somebody they trust, somebody that they can relate to, and that speaks their language and their values, but also understands their specific community and what that specific community is going through. This also promotes sustained participation. So we've seen that parents are more likely to attend regularly if the facilitators are part of their existing networks, whether these are their church groups, their village groups, whatever those might be. And finally, it builds capacity and ownership at the community level, so that by training the local facilitators, the knowledge of child development remains with the community and they become champions for nurturing care beyond the length of the program. Which leads me to the last piece around sustainability. So we see that peer-to-peer continuity allows informal groups to set up and parent networks that often continue beyond the lifetime of the group sessions that we may be doing and beyond the lifetime of the project, so that they continue to support each other, continue to encourage each other. Parenting is hard. I'm a parent of 3 children. There are moments where you think you're doing everything wrong. And so having that constant encouragement is really, really crucial to ensuring that a lot of these messages really having lasting change to the aspirations that the parents have and how they want to address it. And finally speaks to the shared responsibility for caregiving. And we've all talked about the role of communities, the role of extended families, and the role of parents and caregivers in ensuring the care and the nurture of the children. So finally, just in conclusion, community engagement is central and a cornerstone to the success of any parenting program. And how we might take this evidence that we share and we get from the global level, from different countries, how do we take that evidence and then think about how do we apply it to this context, to these countries, to my community? What does that look like and how does that work? And that is really the work that sits with you. And it's really important to have that sharing from the global to the local, from the global to the regional, national, and local, because there's no point in reinventing the wheel, but how do we build and use those experiences to really kind of learn and adapt what we know and what we know that works to the different local contexts. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Ms. Annalisa. Parenting is certainly hard, and a lot of parents in the room would have appreciated hearing about how we include caregivers in the design and the development of the programs. I think also there's a lot of shame associated as a parent when things are not going right,
When they're small, it's a little easier. They trust in you. They believe in you so much. And as they get their knowledge expands, you start to be less and less believable, and that gets really hard. So such a great honor to hear from you for parenting, some of the great work in Fiji in the mobile kindy and some of your other work, and as well as the interesting cultural aspects when you become pregnant and the support that you've been able to provide through your communities. Great panel, great topics. And now, because I've got so much time afforded to my panel, I'd like to open the floor to our honourable ministers. If you have any questions for our panel. Yes, Minister Kiribati.
Melody, and thank you for the exciting. I almost don't know where to direct my question. I want to move to Tuvalu now that I've heard that, but then I'm past childbearing age, I think, so I can't take advantage of this wonderful experience. But thank you. It's actually very inspiring to hear these things about how well women are looked after. My question actually is about the UNICEF preschool kit, which looks very wonderful, and I've been looking online and I can see some information about the kit. It costs US $150 per kit, is that correct? Yes, so my question, of course, because we do have a large amount of informal preschools, and of course the real challenge for them is to get resources. And of course I can just imagine them frothing at the mouth to see such a wonderful kit that they could potentially have access to with its own suitcase, because they're informal kits, they're informal preschools, so they're in homes, in maniapas, in church places. So of course I love how it can just pack up nicely and go away. So my question is, are there funding mechanisms that can be accessed in order to purchase the kits in large amounts? Because we have hundreds of them. So thank you.
Test. Oh, there we go. Thank you for your question. Our project really started with UNICEF in 2009 when we found out in Fiji that a lot of children didn't have access to mobile kindy. But as the years went by, we've actually contextualized the whole kit. I couldn't bring the kit from Fiji with me. But if you see the kit back for every country, I actually have a framework that's available. I can send over to you how we can contextualize. And so what we've done is made sure we've had sand in the box. We use nuts that are around the village, using stones, using shells. So when they did their counting, they would use the shells. When we did science, they would just use the water from the ocean or from the river. And that's what we've done. And this really was built with an amazing scientist we have back home. Her name is Bindia. And what she did was she created a game called the traffic light game with vertebrates and insects that you would find in the river. And we would work with villagers, and we would go in and they would shovel with what they could find in their village that you could make sure the sand went through in the water. And we would find the insects. Then we would highlight how many did we see, whether it was in the green, the yellow, or the red. And if it showed red, that means the river was unhealthy. And so, yeah, this kit was, it's UNICEF's kit, but I really wish I could bring one from Fiji. But our goal is to make sure that the whole of the Pacific creates sustainable resources for the kit. And so, happy to come and see Kiribati and see how I can support them in contextualizing the whole kit. And if they need for funding, you and I can go and visit UNICEF in the back there. Vinaka.
Thank you for that great question. Any other questions from the floor? You must have done a really great job, panel. They know all the answers now. Oh, we've got a few more questions. Who's first? Okay. Oh, yes.
Thank you. Thank you for a very beautiful and very connected presentation. I have been wondering what to do in terms of when we're talking about parenting. So even though, like, you're talking about a committee, I wonder what that looks like, whether it's family. My biggest struggle is our informal settlements. So we have squatter communities, and Temesia knows, so how it works in a village, how will we make it work in a village? But bulk of our population is in squatter communities, and that's where, with very limited space, we are losing children. So I was just wondering what thoughts you have. How do you develop parenting programs in an environment like that, where there are pressures of work and people are constantly moving for work? And evening also, it's not easy to get the people together. And that may not be a reality for most specific, but that is a Fiji specific. So just any thought around what do we do? How do we develop? What mechanisms are there? And I would really want to talk to you in evolving the parenting programs for whether it's outer maritime or squatter. What does it look like? Thank you.
So I think my initial thought, and obviously I would need to understand a little bit more about the communities and the squatter communities, but is to identify ways of engaging with them, to ask them what's going to work. I know when it's going to work for them, what are the timings that are going to work for them, what type of modalities are going to work for them, and really meet them where their needs are, rather than we need to think about what is going to work for them. Get them to tell us what's going to work, and that's usually the best way. And I have one example. This is from many years ago in Iraq, where the parenting program, we just could not, no father could come to any of the parenting programs, and we were really struggling. And we thought, they don't see it as their responsibility, they don't they don't see it as their role, they don't see the benefits of this. And one of our staff went out to the fathers and started just in the community, and they said, well, you meet at a time that just doesn't work for us and in a place that is not really appropriate for us. And so we changed the location. They meet in the evening and at weekends, because during the day fathers are working, which, that's when our staff was working, but it made a difference. And we met in places in coffee houses and in places where they went to smoke, which was very, very traditional there. And suddenly the participation skyrocketed and they were really engaged. And I think that's the key. What is going to work for them? What is the modality that is going to work for them? What are their needs, and because they're more likely to know what's going to work. So that would be my initial suggestion. Obviously, it requires a conversation. It's not they say this and so we do whatever they ask. It requires a conversation, and it's a question of seeing what is going to work given the type of program that we want to be implemented. But really, the first would be to discuss with them what they see as why they see it as important and why they want this program, and how we can engage with them in it in a way that really meets them where their needs are.
For Fiji, sorry.
Since you're answering, I just have another question for you specifically. You talked about emotions, talking about trauma with the children, and when children go to parents, they get traumatized again. Yeah. Can you address that?
Yeah, okay. Wow. Yeah. A second question, right? Both questions. Okay, the first one, I'm also a global leader for Fiji, and this is with the World Forum Foundation for Early Care and Education. You can look it up. It's a great program. If you're looking in your countries to push for ECD champions, there's a great space to go into. That's how I was able to be involved with the Asia Pacific Regional Network for Early Childhood, and that's why I met Sawana 10 years ago in Nepal, and here we are. So in that space, we were able to meet with a global leader from Cuba. Women went out to plant the plant for the cigars, and when they would go out, they were finding a way on ways to educate these moms and also support the dads. But the issue was that they would go to the farms with their children. So they found out, they followed them for the day, then they noticed they catch the bus for about 2 hours to the farm, then they come back on the same bus. So what they did was they created early childhood education learning for the moms and for the children that they played. So they watched that the whole way down and then the whole way back. In another community, in another country, a global leader, what she did was work with the supermarkets, because the moms would go shopping with the children. And what they did was they made stickers that they stuck on the floors in the supermarket so the children could be learning. So they did hopscotch, 1, 2, 3, and then it was like, I spy with my little eyes, and they found something. Another global leader, what she did was work with the market vendors. And what she did was she asked every market vendor to have a free basket on the side of their table, so that when children walked by, they knew they could eat for free those fruits. My mother was a global leader, and she birthed Mobile Kindy. Yes. And to answer your second question, I think as Mobile Kindy Minister, honestly, I've just been learning too as well how to work with our communities with dealing with the trauma and the challenges, but we've built that curriculum called Oceans of Emotions to also support moms and dads. But what we've noticed was it opened up conversation. When we working with boys, adolescents, we noticed that these mothers would find us on Facebook and send us a message and say, you know, my child never asks me to go out, but now he's asking me, hey mom, you know, I'm going out, I'll be back later. And so I think those were opportunities for us to then, like, you know, they're leaving clues. And so then we would say, hey, are you open to having a parent caregiver education program where we can talk to you as moms and dads? But that's where we are. I hope it answers your question, but I'm happy to see how we can see it evolve.
Thank you. One more.
To add on, in terms of the committee that you have mentioned, and I have shared it already, the committee, it's consisted of women within the community. And these women are family, church, and community oriented. This committee doesn't have a constitution to follow, doesn't have a membership fee to pay in order to be registered. It comes within their hearts through their passion to play their mother role within the community. Thank you.
Thank you. I hope that answered your question, Minister Sashi. Yes, we'll have Tonga.
Thank you. First of all, I want to thank the presenters for wonderful presentations. I want to thank Tuvalu for telling us about the traditional methods in Tuvalu. But I want to tell you, Tuvalu, you know, there's a good reason why you are told to go to your husband's place after the wedding. You know, there's a very good reason for that. Particularly your in-laws. You know, it's very biblical. Yeah? The Bible says, obedience is better than sacrifice. So you start to learn obedience at a very early stage. But thank you for your presentation. Secondly, I want to thank Annalisa for very clear presentation of the work that PLH is doing. I'm glad that you're incorporating community and family values into your programs. Now, at the same time, I could see warning lights flashing, like tsunami warning, because we are dealing with the most vulnerable sector of our society, the children. They are very easily led, they are easily persuaded to go astray. I want to remind us that whatever parenting programs that we are offering our children, the children are still their parents' children. Because sometimes the programs are so good that at the end the children are more the teacher's children than the parents' children. They listen more to the teachers than to their parents, so that the influence of the parents starts to weaken over their children. So it's good to have parenting programs to support, but at the same time, we must not lose sight of their real parents. They are the ones that children should listen to. We only help them and support them. Secondly is there are some programs, and it has happened in Tonga, that they slowly put in elements with foreign concepts. For example, there is this wonderful new concept of rights of the child. There are some parents have complained that their kids come back from kindergarten or from early primary school, and they start asking questions. Because the teacher tell them, you know, your parents have no right to tell you what to do. Your parents should not scream at you and should not scold you. You are an independent person. You can do what you want. You don't have to get your parents' permission. Those are very dangerous things to do. So those are the warning lights I'm seeing. Whatever programs we do, because some of the programs were imported from, they were designed in a different environment, in a different society, and they only applicable in those societies, not in our Pacific society. Like I said in the morning, culture and medicine and science should go hand in hand. One should not cover the other. So that's my concern. Whatever program we offer our children, make sure they are still their parents' children, and make sure foreign elements don't creep in and weaken the minds, because they will only confuse our kids when they come back from school and start questioning their parents. Thank you.
Yeah, maybe I can just speak a little bit. Thank you so much for your comments and your question. And I think it might be important to clarify, when we talk about parenting programs, we're not working with the children at all. We are working with the parents so that the parents are able to establish a positive communication, positive relationship with their children. They understand the different developmental needs of their children, where their children are at. We work with parents of children from 0 to 18. So it's also understanding how children are changing between those two age groups and how they can support them. So parenting programs don't work with the children. They work with the parents so that the parents have the skills and the tools to be able to support their children at the different stages, at the different ages and developmental stages that they're at. And when I talk about making sure that they're culturally relevant and context specific is exactly that. How can we ensure that the content of the different parenting sessions, yes, there's child development and there's brain development and we're all the same, but then there's the cultural element to it. And that's what's really crucial, that for a program to be effective, to be accepted, and to make a real difference, it needs to be grounded in that culture and that context. And that can be different even within a country. So depending on the type of population that we're working with, urban, rural, mountain, sea, it depends. There will be different communities and different types of, different target groups will have different needs. And so when I was saying about engaging with the parents and the caregivers to understand what they want out of the parenting program, that's what will then define the content of what we'll be able to work with them on. If they want to reduce violence within the home, if they want to improve their communication, my child used to always listen to me and used to always be kind, and now they're 12 and suddenly they're answering back. What do I do? And it's providing that support and helping them to understand that it's perfectly normal for a 12-year-old to answer back. And how do you engage with that in a way that doesn't lead to violence, but finds a non-violent way of supporting their children. Positive parenting practices, exactly. And I think your last point, to be honest, I mean, I'm here as a guest, and I appreciate all the learning that I have had this week. I would be very shocked if any school told their children, you should not listen to your parents, you do what you want, you don't have to listen to your parents. That is not a positive education system. I think what's important in any education program is that the teachers teach the importance of respecting elders. Of course, children have a voice, and we need to give children that voice, and they need to express themselves, but that's not at the expense of a respect for their parents and understanding that, you know, they still need to function within a family and within a community, and they need to be positive contributors to that family and that community. So I certainly hope none of my children have received that messaging, and I think that's very important. So I just wanted to kind of, speak to those 2 points. I don't know if there's...
Thank you for the clarification. My bad, I was thinking about ECE programs, not parenting programs. But thank you so much for clarifying that. And the other part, yes, it's happening. It's not the system, it's individual teachers and instructors who are inserting these little elements into the programs. But it's happening. Your children are lucky they are not in these schools. Thank you.
Sorry, just wanted to answer again, Minister from Fiji. I think with our communities, what we do first, what we say is you cannot value what you cannot see. And so if our communities don't value children, we can't start the mobile kindy service because they don't understand why it's, important. So we have to start with the parent education program for them to value early childhood. Then they will understand. What we do in communities like the squatter settlements, what we do is what we've noticed that you have to find that you always have that one key person that's influential in that community. And what we do is we take in that person, train them, and they go back in. For our villages, we're lucky, we're blessed, we have the structure within there, so we go straight to that. Hope that cleared it.
Very good. Yes, I'm just going to go to, no bias, but I'm just going to go to Cook Islands first because the hand was up, then I come back for Samoa. Cook Islands.
Sorry, I did raise my hand before, and then one of the ministers raised the same points. So, but while I have the chance, I want to acknowledge what you have mentioned about our CSOs. Thank you for acknowledging them. They are a very important part of our society. In order for us to work, make things work, they're always there. So we thank you for reminding us about CSOs. And in the Cook Islands, we always acknowledge the 3 pillars of our nation, which is our traditional leaders, faith-based leaders, and our government. But now we've got the private sectors that are really important, another important part of our society. So now there's going to be 4, plus our CSOs. So it's just maybe not really related. However, they are doing great work, and they're going to be an important part of what we are trying to achieve here for early childhood development. You also have a note for this. Thank you to Minister for Fiji. I've already sent this to our group chat that make sure we get this. Thank you.
Thank you, Minister. Okay, over to you, Honourable Samoa.
Thank you. Thank you, Anne, and thank you to the panelists. Thank you to Fiji and to Valu. I think those practices very practical, and I think they need to be revived. This topic, I believe, touches into the core of ECD, parenting. As I understand that ECD involves the ages of 0 to 3. And parenting is very important. I'm just sitting here listening to you and thinking how my government can inject resources into developing and strengthening parenting. And so my question is to you, Annalisa, with the initiatives that you have mentioned, I'm interested in the data of the outcomes of those initiatives, whether it would be available to the Pacific, and whether with PLH, of any assistance that could contextualize those initiatives into the Pacific context. That's my question. Thank you.
Thank you so much for your question. And I mean, the short answer is yes. We would be very happy to do that. We're actually here partnering with UNICEF to look at how we can learn about all the different parenting programs that exist in the region. What are the different outcomes that they cover? What might be some gaps? And really pulling those together into a regional toolkit that will be able to address the different outcomes that parenting programs can achieve for children, looking at health, nutrition, hygiene, violence, learning outcomes, etc. There are many examples from the region itself and from the countries here. There are also some gaps, as there are everywhere in the world. And so how do we take those gaps and fill them with programs from other countries? As much as possible, we would look for similar countries, local countries near the region, but maybe sometimes beyond, global guidance. And then thinking about designing guidance around how to adapt those programs to the different countries within the region. So what is the adaptation process for adapting programs that might not be so culturally relevant to the culture and to the context here? And it's a process that we would embark on in any country, because no global tool is applied to any country. It's all too generic. And so the adaptation process from global to local and national is something that is done across the board for all the programs. So I hope that with that, we would be able to kind of then think about how does each country then take the regional toolkit and adapt it and use it to think about what are the parenting programs that are required in the different communities and in the different villages in each of the countries. Statistics-wise, I mean, I'm happy to share some statistics from the global level and from other countries. And we can share them. I can share them, some reports. And as we're gathering some of the tools, there are some evaluations and evidence from the Pacific region that is also interesting to see, in reductions of violence following parenting programs, significant reductions of violence following parenting programs, sometimes as high as 70 or 80%. From programs that are implemented within the region. And that's the type of programs that we want to kind of think about. How do we support more countries to roll these out across the board? I hope that answers your question a little bit.
Yes, we'll come on the side.
Thank you, coordinator and members of the panel. Thank you very much for sharing your cultural values, and it has been educational, very inspirational to us all. It has brought some new insights for us to pursue in our development. It's just an observation that it shows in our discussion that there is always a conflict between Tupua Mai Tai, which is the spirits from beyond the horizon, and Tupua Mai Uta, the spirits of the land. The first time they meet, there is always constant conflicts. If the spirits of the land win, things will calm down. They try to adapt and localize. If the spirits from afar wins, there will always be conflicts. And that's an area we need to look at it and how to resettle the problems as we move forward by adopting the new technologies, philosophies, and belief from beyond the horizon. Thank you very much.
It's a beautiful comment there. Thank you very much. Reverend Dr. Cedric.
I guess I have the authority to speak because my minister is sitting with me on this table. So I just want to ask you this question. I know that you have made mentioned that you're operating in 30 countries and you have done 15 evaluation. And UN agency is supporting UNICEF, I guess. This is my first time to hear about PLH. And it's quite interesting to note this parenting long life health model. We have not heard this in Solomon Islands, but I'm hearing that it has impacted some of the countries around the world. So this is my first comment or question. Why not come to Solomon Islands? Number two, when you are in respective countries, do you contextualize in that setting pertaining to tradition, pertaining to faith base, and other situational and that affects the environment of that respective countries? Thank you.
Thank you so much, and I would love to come to the Solomon Islands. Thank you so much. We are very excited to be here in the region and to learn as much as we possibly can from you, as well as share what we have and what we know. To answer your second question, of course, each and every time, no parenting program looks the same. The ultimate outcomes at a very high level may be the same, but that's it. The theory of change that goes all the way down is then completely different. And we will work with local organizations, national NGOs, CSOs, to really understand what and how we need to kind of deliver those contents, and what are the different delivery modalities that will work, and what is the content that we need to kind of include in order for it to be acceptable, in order for it to be relevant, and in order for it to make a difference and to actually have an impact, which is ultimately what we want to achieve. So yes, each and every time, it's PLH that comes in, but it's very much the local organizations. We don't implement. We don't have any national staff in any country. We don't implement directly. It's all work that's done through local organizations, local partners that we support and work with only. And that, for me, is the really crucial element to why they're successful, is because they're implemented by the community members for their own community members, and so there's an intentional desire for them to work, and an intentional desire for the parents to participate, because it's their own neighbor that was delivering the session, and so they know that neighbor, and they're going to see that neighbor at church on the Sunday, and so they need to be there and they need to participate, because there's a recognition at the community level that they want to be part of this, and I think that's the crucial part.
Thank you for that question, PS. I think we may have come to the end of our question and answer session. Thank you so much for that. Thank you to our esteemed panel for your inspiring interventions today. Definitely a lot of good work going on, and really do encourage the ministers, I know you already do, to check what's happening in your neighborhoods and in your islands, and what other things that you can support, because I guarantee they'll be so grateful to see you out in the communities with your running shoes on, because this is really where the rubber hits the road or the mud hits the sand shoe, is the work that is going on in our dear communities, and a lot of the time it's unpaid or voluntary or under appreciated, and so to have your ear today, we all appreciated it together. Good luck with parenting, everyone. Me taki maata.
Oh, yes. Oh, you've done? Okay. You've thanked the panelists?
I've let everyone go.
Oh, is it? Okay, okay. Well, ladies and gentlemen, let's put a hand together for the panel. Sorry, I just stepped out to make sure that afternoon tea was ready. And I'm told it's ready, so that's fantastic. The next session has been cancelled because we're running out of time. But Daniel Cochrane, the technical advisor at UNICEF, will actually be sending you notes. The session was going to be an interactive session with group work, but doing that, of course, is going to delay us more. So, and we have a dinner tonight. So therefore, we're skipping the next session, and we'll go straight to afternoon tea, and then we come back half an hour early, so that's 3:30, and start with our final session for today. So thank you very much, and have a good afternoon tea. Marshall Islands. Microphones.
I thought it was going to be after.
Oh,
After the
I was
presentation.
told it was now. I was told by someone. Okay, let's give the mic. Where are the mics? Yeah. Okay. Okay.
This song is, our ancestors are all navigators, and we are sailing to reach a better place, and together. This song is about working together, sailing together, so we can reach better places and thrive. And since this is a session on climate change and ECD and resilience, we thought that it will be appropriate to sing this song. So we're gonna do our best. Okay. It's called
Let's give a hand.
Waku Wachimor. Waku Wachimor. Okay?
What does that mean?
Wa is a boat and canoe, and it is all of us sailing together. We have to be togetherness in order for the boat to sail quickly and forward. Okay? And to reach the destination. Okay.
Good job.
All right. E pulin belaga jenaru ni mejero pul gutaga wae 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 wane kese wane gele kiyonori iko ebulin belaga zenaru ni mejero bulu daga wae 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 wane kese wale gele kiyonori iko wa kuwasimo wa kuwasimoro wane kese wale gele kiyonori iko timor timor wane keseban gale Come on, Tata.
Let's give a big hand. Let's give Marshall Islands. Fantastic. Good singing. Okay, that should have woken everyone up. Okay, so now introducing the chair of the next session is, sorry, let me find my notes. Facilitator is Mr. Adrian Seroso, champion of ECD and environmental resilience, who will guide the conversation and offer insight into how we can move forward collectively. Adrian will begin with an overview of the movement to implement Action Point 10, across BRC 4EDCD member countries. Adrian, over to you.
Thank you. It is such an honor to be here. Thank you to the organizers. Thank you to the host country. Thank you to the ministers that are sitting here patiently listening to all of this and taking it in and working to make your countries and the Pacific region do better. I will do my best to contribute to that effort. In 2019, it was the beginning of the honor to participate in this process, and I am so heartened to see how much it has evolved, especially in the context of that important connection between climate change, sustainable development, and early childhood development. So I want to provide some framing for our conversation today, but most of the contributions gladly are going to be made by Pacific countries themselves because so much has advanced since those first conversations in 2019. So I am going to speak a little bit about how we have progressed and what's up in the future to interweave early childhood development and climate change in the Pacific. And I want to make two big points. The first big point is that, and this is really important because this is at the crux of the connection between early childhood development and climate change. Nurturing care of the youngest children is climate action. It's not the other way around. We are not in this conversation only to raise the alarm about how vulnerable children are. In this conversation, at this high level, at the policy level, we have a lot to contribute to climate resilience. And this is important because, as the UN General Secretary said, they have a big problem. At this moment, this was in 2023, he said, our world needs climate action on all fronts, everything, everywhere, all at once. The climate process is in a crisis right now. There is a lot that needs to be addressed that they haven't figured out how to address. And early childhood development, as Action Point 10 says, is a pathway to increase the resilience and adaptive capacity of communities to the effects of climate change. There is capital to bring to the climate discussion. Because when we take care of the youngest children in a comprehensive way, as described by the Nurturing Care Framework, which I'm sure you're now familiar with, we take care of health, we take care of nutrition, we make sure that parenting is appropriate, we make sure that children are safe and secure, we give them opportunities for early learning. When all of those things are taken care of in a comprehensive way, it is a driver of climate resilience. Not just for the children, but for communities. Children that are well attended to are more resilient. But I was so glad to hear this morning the discussion about resilience being all of these three things. We gain human potential and capacity, we gain climate resilience in communities, and we boost our achievement of sustainable development as countries. Very few fiscal policies, very few contributions a government can make have this many returns on an investment. I am also very happy to to announce and celebrate that based on my review, which is not comprehensive yet because I haven't received all the policies, almost half of the countries of the PRC for ECD have a substantial mention of climate change in their early childhood development policies. So it is already entangled, it is already interwoven. What we're talking about now is not so much how are we going to connect it to the policies, but how are we going to implement that connection. Of note, and Director Clarence Samuel is here from the Climate Directorate in the Marshall Islands, is going to mention the chronology of the adoption and the implementation of climate change in early childhood development as a shared topic. They have not only made it part of their policy, but they have become global champions for it, supporting the participation in the first dialogue on children and climate change in the United Nations Climate Convention last year in Bonn. The second point I want to make is that for all of this to make sense, and for some reason I have been obsessing with this idea of a battery fully charged. When you look at your phone and you have to have the battery fully charged. Because I have been thinking that this implementation theory of change related to ECD and climate change is about having all of the resources necessary to reach all of the children that need support. As the General Secretary said, again, they have this problem that they cannot accept, none of us can accept a future where the rich people are protected in air-conditioned bubbles while the rest of humanity is lashed by lethal weather in unlivable lands. And he also says climate finance is not a favor. It is a fundamental element to a livable future for all. We need the financing necessary to live equitably and well in every country, every community, every human being. In the case of ECD, for that to happen, we need adequate financing. And this is what the papers that have been published by publications like The Lancet show. In order for early childhood development to be effective and transformational, it has to have these four elements. It has to have substantial appropriate financing so that the programs can be distributed equitably to everybody that needs them, so that they can be of the highest quality, so that they can be delivered at the right time for the right amount of time. Because some things need to happen at a certain point and at no other point, and they need to last as long as necessary in order to be effective. That cannot be done if the cell phone of climate policy is not charged with support. If it doesn't have financing, if we are under-financed, we are not going to reach everybody. If our signal is not strong enough, we are not going to reach everybody. And that's why we need an ECD policy connected to climate change that has 100% of its charge, so that every child has 100% of the support they need. And as we have been discussing here, there is no such thing as a baby. A baby is the expression of a community and a family. And so every child and all of their caregivers have 100% of their resources so that they can have the life that they need. And in doing so, because that is a builder of resilience and climate adaptation, we are also building and charging the battery of the global effort and the Pacific effort towards sustainable development. So it is this virtuous cycle that contributes to a sustainable world. Finally, I want to present an invitation that we're trying to put in front of you as we are moving towards Pacific implementation of Action Point 10, and it begins with this idea proposed by the General Secretary of the United Nations that we must deliver on climate finance across the board, including through international financial architecture reform. This is a key point here that is mentioned in the upcoming policy by the Samoan government, which is very good to see, this emphasis and interest in connecting financing for climate change into garnering the resources necessary for the national policy to do well. So basically, what we are calling on, and you will have access to these documents, the ministers that are present here, goes in two parallel directions, in two parallel areas of endeavor. One is supporting the efforts by the climate vulnerable nations to ensure that climate financing becomes more flexible, accessible, equitable, and sustained for Pacific countries and all vulnerable countries. So the money comes in and countries determine, as has been discussed yesterday and today, based on the priorities of the country, the culture of the country, the necessities of the communities. So that's at the global level. At the local level, we have to continue to develop and strengthen comprehensive ECD policies and programs that are interwoven with climate resilience. Basically, in my mind, it looks like this. The ECD world works at the international level to support this call for flexible, equitable, accessible financing to all vulnerable countries so that money will flow in a more flexible way, in a more usable way, quicker way to all of the countries that need it. That's one part of the equation. The second part of the equation is that we work with countries like we're doing here now so that they will understand this fundamental connection between early childhood development and climate change so that they will direct financing for ECD and the nurturing care of young children as a builder of climate resiliency, climate adaptation, and a booster of sustainable development. Finally, I think it's important to highlight that this is not only about money. And again, it is beyond an honor. I have been telling my family, I live in the United States, in Wyoming right now, and I have been sending them messages and telling them it's so beautiful to be in a meeting where people understand that it's not all about money. It is not all about practical things. And there is going to be somebody from the Justice Ministry in Vanuatu to speak about how this is, in the end, a human rights issue. And this connection between ECD and climate change is important because it is an expression of of protecting the human rights of everybody, but particularly people in vulnerable countries. Finally, I want to end by saying something that I say in every one of these meetings, and that makes me hopeful about the endeavor of early childhood development and climate change. Every childbirth, different from any other area of policy, every new baby is a new opportunity to find our way towards sustainable development. This is something that if we understand it, we wake up every day hopeful, because we every day can begin anew with every new baby that is born to make our countries better, to make our communities more sustainable, and to make the world more sustainable. And thank you, and I'm going to, are you going to present?
No, you invite your panelists.
Okay, do you have the notes on?
We have their names.
Yeah. So we are going to begin the presentations from the panel, and I guess at this point it would be good if the panelists come up to the stage. Yeah? Okay. So we're going to call Luaudonina Tilva, which is the CEO of the Ministry of Women, Community and Social Development from Samoa. She's going to be our first presenter. Do we want everybody?
Yes, yes.
Okay. Mr. Clarence Samuel, the director of the Climate Change Directorate, who has been very gracious to come and meet us in the ECD world for these couple of days. Mrs. Meliniana Wadra, who is a policy advisor for social inclusion in the PIFS, the Pacific Islands Forum. And Mr. Albert Nalpini, a National Human Rights Coordinator for Vanuatu.
Ladies and gentlemen, let's give a hand. We're going to welcome our panelists. So you're conducting the...
Yes.
So you can take one of the chairs there.
Wherever you want to sit. So, welcome to our living room. It feels like a reality show to be here, but the good kind, no fights. So we're going to begin with Donina, and the question to Donina is, could you tell us a little bit about, they're about to put into the world their early childhood development policy, and it has a lot of inclusions on the issue of climate change. So I want her to tell us a little bit of why that is a priority and how it's included in their policy for Samoa.
Thank you very much for that. Honourable ministers, delegates, ladies and gentlemen, and our wonderful panelists and moderator, warm welcome, and thank you for, I see a full room over here, so it must be a very exciting afternoon discussion here. But I cannot sing, so that's out of question. So with nurturing care, we're talking about climate, sorry. Can you repeat your question? I feel like I'm on a Miss Samoa pageant here.
Climate and its in your ECD policy.
Okay.
Like I said, very relaxed here.
In 2023, through Action Point 10, our region made it clear that early childhood development must be central to climate change and resilience planning, not tomorrow, but now. It's 2023. It's now 2025. Actually, and I'm going to press on a bit more and then professionally, but I've always been interested in seeing when we have these forums, what happens along the way. 2023, there's an outcome statement. The minister said, do this. What happens 2 years later? I've just been working in this role with Samoa 1 year now. And upon coming into Samoa, early childhood development is a passion for myself, as seeing the need for children to be present in every single thing that we actually do. I have 2 nieces, and I love playing this thing. They don't know. Maybe later on they'll find out that it's a game for me. But when I'm in the car, I do that still, and I will kind of like go, so I'm pretty good at acting as well, go, oh, there's so much rubbish in here. I'm just going to throw it out the car, and I pretend to throw it out, and the way they jump on me, 6 and 7 years old, saying, you know, that's very wrong, it's disgusting that you're throwing rubbish out, what if a dog eats it and then gets, dies and that. So for me, that shows for the 6 and an 8-year-old that they've been brought up not to litter. So that's crucial. For me, that is absolutely crucial. I also look at, and I've been saying this a lot in the past year, when the foundation of a house is actually weak, no matter what you do with that house, it'll always be weak. But if it's strong, there will be no issues with that house. I speak today not just as a CEO, but as a daughter of the Pacific, a mother, as a sister and an aunt. And before we are leaders, we are caregivers, we're nurturers. And I carry with me memories from my own childhood in Samoa. Walking out to get bele leaves, picking up lemongrass for tea for my dad, or coming late from a nightclub, and then the next whole week my parents would make me go and weed the cassava patch and pull cassava from the plantation. I preferred that than getting a whack, and I thought that was actually pretty good for me. That was connection to land and family. And that is ECD in its purest form, eating from the vegetable garden, and that was vitamin C. But today's world brings climate shocks, economic strain, and social shifts. And the truth is, we don't need to reinvent, as we've heard. We need to strengthen what we already have. The issues that we have is there's a lot of new things. At my time, we didn't have McDonald's. We did not have all this DMC. We didn't have phones, so there was a lot of running around. I was a lovely size 10 person in my old time. That's because we didn't have all these things that now we're always scrolling. These are some of the challenges that we are facing today, and shifting the mindsets of people is very key. And the reason why I'm bringing up the issues, for me, it's about, yes, we celebrate, but there's a lot of issues and challenges today that we're still talking about. In Samoa, we're doing exactly that. We have 4 key actions, and the importance for us as to why, as you know, climate is reflected so strongly in our recently endorsed policies, because we absolutely believe that children needs to be, the policy needs to reflect that for us to be able to do that work at the grassroots level. It cascades down. And we've been able to do that, actually, and I wanted to mention that Samoa's got 2 vehicles that we've always looked at now. One is the District Development Project. 51 districts, 51 million tala, and it wasn't, they met the communities. It's like Wi-Fi. It's actually the community and government, it's multi-sectoral, that comes together to look at the issues within their districts, and then the community comes up with the projects to address their actual issues. Now, it wasn't actually working for a while on some of the areas that we wanted, JETSI, gender equality, social inclusion, and disability. And certainly not early childhood development. This is another issue. When I say ECD, they said, no, we got it. It's ECE. So we have to actually expand. By the way, quite a few ministers actually thought that too. So we had to advocate more for that. So with the District Development Project last year, Cabinet endorsed 20% to JETSI, but we realized it's still an issue. And it's something that we are talking about and working. Still, people are not really understanding what JETSI is or the kind of projects that can actually address their issues. So JETSI is actually going to be reviewed within the context of the District Development Project, including early childhood development to be placed in there and have a criteria on the type of projects that they can actually do. Our second vehicle, in Samoa, there's about 300 or so villages. Each village has 2 representatives. Female and a male. They're called our Suit Maitai and Suyo Onu. And within these villages, we also have women's committees. It's a very, very firm cultural structure within Samoa. In actual fact, I wanted to mention this, that when a week before ECD happened, our team initiated with the Suyo Nu Suit Maitai a cleanup throughout Samoa, getting ready our roadside to welcome you into our country. So they, I think if you find on our page last Saturday, hundreds of them were picking up rubbish and singing songs, getting ready for the ECD forum. So, thank you. These are the 2 flagships that Samoa is utilizing in order to get early childhood development out into the homes and into the hearts of our people. Our third one is advocating for climate finance. That includes care systems, not just seawalls and roads. And as everyone knows here, also Samoa has been continuing to push for early childhood development inclusion within the global platforms and within the regional platforms, as reflected in the CSW 69 PIFs statement. And fourth, we've introduced a national disability benefit ensuring that resilience reaches every child, including those often overlooked. But we do admit there is still much more work to do around the disability arena. So care is climate work. And in the Pacific, resilience begins with the community. It's not concrete. I hope I've answered your question here. Thank you.
More time for questions later. And now we're, do you want to take the podium? Director Clarence. Yeah. There's a microphone there. So.
Good afternoon. Excellencies, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, Yahweh from the RMI delegation. Allow me to extend my great appreciation to the organizers of this crucial high-level meeting, and of course, the government of the people of Samoa for hosting us in your beautiful country. I'm Clarence Samuel, Director of the Climate Change Directorate in the RMI. Before I proceed, I'd like to briefly speak on the photo that is on the screen. Because coming in and listening throughout this day and a half, I feel like I'm out of space, yeah? I hear people with, expertise on early childhood and whatnot. And I kind of think that, maybe this photo, in my own interpretation, would kind of give my own view on what the early childhood means. Yeah. So at the forefront, you can see this huge, or mothership, if I may, which kind of represent the family and caregivers, followed by the small canoe, yeah, signifying our children. And other canoes are also shown in this photo, which embodying the friends and peers who will someday influence the life of our children. Further away, you may see like two mothership that are at the shoreline. Either they've been, I don't want to use the word decommissioned, or retire or rested, sort of representing our ancestors and all those who went ahead of us and paved the way for who we are today. And at the backdrop, you see the land, the houses, the community. Yeah? It's been said so many times that it takes a community, yeah, to raise a child. That's like our support structure, the entire community. And at the very backdrop, over yonder at the vast Pacific Ocean, represent the future that one day we hope that we'll raise our children in the right way, right direction, that they will be able to navigate this life journey that us adults are also on that same path. Yeah? So that's sort of my interpretation of what early childhood means. So please excuse if, but I'd like to take you on a different journey, which was the RMI has embarked on. And this has to do with climate change, with the inclusion of ECD. Oh, there you go. So I will present kind of the evolution and the pathway that we're on, matching and marrying the two challenges of climate change and early childhood. In May of 2019, by the request from the RMI government, a presentation was made to the cabinet members about the fundamental connection between early childhood development, climate change, and sustainable development. The outcome of such convergence began the journey of ECD and climate change in our country. Since then, RMI has become a global champion in the issue of young children in the context of climate change. But just as we were gaining momentum, we had to push the pause button due to COVID-19. However, 3 years later, in November of 2023, our climate negotiation team welcomed the ECD policy expert as a member of our national delegation to the COP27, which was held in Egypt. The intention of the invitation was to scope the opportunities to elevate ECD issues in the context of United Nations Framework Convention on Climate Change Negotiation, or as it's known, UNFCCC. In the February of 2023, RMI officially adopted its ECD policy, whereby the Early Childhood Development Team has been working closely to activate the elements that policy that pertain the connection between ECD and climate change. The policy recognizes the practice that support young children and their parents, and when appropriately financed, of high quality, distributed equitably, and at the right time, and aligned with the principles of sustainable development, it provides a powerful pathway to immediately increase the resilient and adaptive capacity of young children to the effect of climate change and other emergencies. On the same year, in June of 24, during the world first dialogue about climate change and dialogue about children and climate change at the UNFCCC meeting in Bonn, Germany, RMI galvanized the issue of ECD in their intervention by referencing that RMI has been integrating ECD into national climate policies. The presentation was also supported by other parties. Amplifying the topic of ECD at the climate change discussions were an opportunity to bring early childhood development perspective and its critical roles in climate change adaptation and sustainable development in space. It was emphasized that the earliest years of a child, from birth to the age 3, are not only the most vulnerable, but also represent a pivotal window of opportunities. Policies and programs targeting ECD, when integrated effectively with climate action, can yield many benefits. Furthermore, the RMI team underscored that investment in ECD are cost-effective, immediate, and have enduring impacts across multiple dimensions of development. These investments not only support individual children, but also strengthen the social networks and nurturing care essential for their growth. In the same year, in July of 2024, RMI organized the first national and world workshop, bringing together stakeholders from national ECD, climate teams, Ministry of Health, Finance, Commerce, Agriculture, Education, and so forth. Also presented in that workshop were representatives from the UNICEF. The outcome of the workshop highlights some of the action that stipulate that action must be undertaken to integrate ECD and climate change related agencies and programs. Also, plans were developed. Climate smart structure should include renovation of school and health facility, relying on SMART principle, for example, greening of facilities, climate proofing. And also, relevant agencies are encouraged to identify the main vulnerabilities of young children and their families due to climate change. Last year in July, as one of the speakers mentioned, there was a triennial conference in Majuro, whereby the outcomes document highlight the mainstreaming gender equality and social inclusion as one of the most effective approaches for building climate and disaster resilience into response to the climate crisis, including early childhood development and climate change policies and programs to support adaptation and resilience in our community. And earlier this year, the RMI had their National Socioeconomic and Climate Change Summit, whereby we brought in members from our neighboring communities to participate in this national summit. The topic of discussion include social, economic, and of course, climate. The outcome of this meeting, of this conversion, recognizing that climate change is a critical issue for RMI, where rising sea levels and extreme weather events threaten both communities and ecosystem. We also agree to strengthen environmental education programs to build public awareness on climate change. Furthermore, we recognize and support the government's ongoing advocacy for climate justice at the global level. In February of this year, ECD was included as topic of the RMI Nationally Determined Contribution NDC 3.0 report, the first country in the world to do so. The NDC 3.0 report states that RMI recognizes the fundamental role of ECD plays in the context of socioeconomic development and climate change policies and commits to prioritize ECD when it comes to climate change. And to that end, RMI plans to systematically integrate ECD and climate change both at the agency and program levels, as well as prioritizing climate-proofing infrastructure as homes in the home school. And so I leave you with this. How do we connect all the great efforts that are being discussed and done at the national and regional level? How do we bring this initiative to the global level? Although the ECD is not yet one of the thematic area of negotiation in the climate space, funding stream, as earlier alluded by Adrian, mentioned that it must not deem as an obstacle, but rather be flexible and equitable. Therefore, we need climate change and ECD to find means to support ECD. Open discussion must be progressed at the UNFCCC level, and RMI will continue on the journey, telling the story of the Pacific and RMI as well. But we cannot do this alone. We need the Pacific. We need the region support. Finally, please let me conclude by expressing my deep gratitude and appreciation for the wonderful, wonderful works you all are doing here. Thank you so much. Kumalada.
Thank you, Director Clarence. I would be remiss if I don't mention that part of my connection with the Marshall Islands is that they have very graciously and very generously allowed me to be part of their delegation in the climate negotiations, which has allowed a lot of this global work to take place. And in doing so, they have become a global leader in promoting and elevating the issue of early childhood development in the larger discussion, the global discussion about climate change and sustainable development. So I thank you for that. I really appreciate that opportunity. Now we are going to bring it to a Pacific perspective by the contribution by Mrs. Nawadra. And The question is, well, we had discussed this, so I'll just let you present.
Vinakavakalevu, Adrian, and all protocols observed. I'm really happy that I'm going after Director Clarence because what I'm going to talk about is connected to the negotiations particularly. With climate change and early childhood development, at the regional level, what we have done is incorporated it as part of the gender equality, social inclusion negotiations. So just to take us back or to provide a bit of a background, in 2022, the Pacific identified gender equality as a priority to take to COP. And so in 2022, in Sharm el-Sheikh in Egypt, was the first time that the CROP gender equality and social inclusion team provided support to our member countries in terms of negotiating on gender equality as a priority. Even though gender equality had been a priority in the UNFCCC space, it was the first time for the Pacific. And particularly also the political climate champion for gender equality and social inclusion. So just a bit of background as well. There are 8 Pacific political climate champions. And these are at ministerial and at leaders level, advocating on behalf of the Pacific on key priorities that our leaders have identified. And in 2022, one of these areas was gender equality and social inclusion. And the current political climate champion is the wonderful Minister Mona Ainu'u from Niue, who has really been advocating not only for gender equality and social inclusion, she has really been gender equality and social inclusion, she has also been advocating for children. In all of the work that we have been doing over the last 3 years, has been focused on gender equality, but she, because of her passion and her belief in early childhood development, is at the essence of promoting and ensuring gender equality and social inclusion, focusing specifically on children. So it's great to have a political champion that can, one, bring together all of the social issues, particularly at the climate change space, which is quite technical and scientific. And so one of the key lessons that we have learned along the way, and again, we're only young in that space, only 2-3 years, is that we cannot separate. We need to take the issues in an integrated approach. Talking about people. When we talk about women, we talk about children, we talk about their health, we talk about their education, and of course, culture as part of who we are as Pacific Islanders. And so in the negotiation space to support our member countries, we have a Council of Regional Organizations in the Pacific, or CROP, technical group supporting our countries in this connecting gender equality and social inclusion issues in the priorities that our leaders have identified. So just to give an example, last year, when they were looking at the NCQGs, the non-quantifiable goals, collective goals, which is a new stream of climate financing. So when they were looking at how, what should be included in that, one of the things that the Pacific did is include GESI, children, women, culture, health, education, as part of the proposals that we were taking to that. And so the work that we've been doing is working with the climate negotiators who follow the GESI stream to also be inclusive and integrate, not just focus on women, but also focusing on all of these other issues, and particularly around children, around disability, youth, culture, health and education. In terms of identifying what are those priorities that we take to these negotiations, these are grounded particularly on the regional frameworks and the commitments that our leaders have made. And so our leaders have actually been quite clear that the climate change crisis is an existential threat to our people, to our homes, and to our livelihoods. And so when we are preparing our negotiators, this is something that we are grounding, at least in the Jesse space, grounding our positions on. And also in our frameworks that Dr. Francis had put up this morning, they're quite clear around children and climate change, around people and climate change. Also, we utilize the outcomes from meetings. I know CEO Danina had mentioned sometimes, we have outcomes, but the commitment is there, but actioning those outcomes. So one of the things that we've been conscious about is how can we take these commitments that our ministers and our leaders have made and use them in negotiations to ensure they're embedded in these global frameworks that we have. So as an example, last year at the PIF, the Pacific Islands Forum Women Leaders meeting, a key outcome from there called for the strengthening alignment between national and regional processes of early childhood and gender equality and social inclusion. So that for us was a clear directive from the countries that we need to link the issues a lot better. So reaffirming the work that we've been trying to push to take a more integrated approach. Also last year, a team from the Pacific on health were part of the Pacific delegations. And so looking and exploring at how we could bring some of the health issues into the fora. And so we do know that particularly in health, the health ministers have prioritized ending childhood obesity. And so taking those commitments again and embedding them in these global processes to ensure that from the Pacific, we are elevating some of these issues at the highest level. Also, again, last year, health and education became standing agenda items in our Pacific Island Forum leaders' agendas. And so one of the key priorities or issues that the two sectors took to the leaders was around climate resilient infrastructure in both health and education. And so this is looking to ensure that schools, that our hospitals were climate resilient. So again, that linking around, making sure that early childhood, as they connect to health and education, is part of this broader work that we're doing at the global level. The other area, and given that we've been talking about culture this morning and throughout the day, and the central role that culture and faith play in our Pacific communities, another area that we've been encompassing in this gender equality and social inclusion space is the work with local communities and Indigenous people. At the UNFCCC, there is a specific platform for local communities and Indigenous people. So looking at how we can incorporate some of the priorities that are being taken through this platform in the negotiation process. The negotiation is quite important. You can have the side events and make statements at the side events, but if you're not embedding it in the outcomes of the UNFCCC and the work that they do, then it's just work on the periphery. So it's really important that we as a Pacific continue to elevate this through our climate negotiators, and for them to see the connection, the clarity around ECD and climate change. And not just climate change, but also the priorities, the 8 or 9 priorities that the Pacific as PCIDS follow in these COP negotiation spaces. So in climate finance, in loss and damage, in adaptation, how does ECD play a role in that? And so it is really important for us from this space to be working with our climate change ministries and negotiators for them to clearly see that link. The second point or issue that I wanted to just talk briefly about is the Pacific Resilience Facility. And I know there's been a lot of conversations around climate finance. And I don't beg to be an expert in the Pacific Resilience Facility, but what I wanted to emphasize that this is an opportunity for us to see how climate finance can be made available to us at community level, at national level, but not only made available, accessible. So that we can address some of the key issues, social issues that we have in the region, and incorporate work around early childhood development and have it supported through this facility particularly. And so with that, I just wanted to state that our Pacific Resilience team embarking right now on a co-design consultation process with all of our member countries, so all of you in the room. And so it is really important that you be part of that process to ensure that this Pacific Resilience Facility does respond to what we've all been talking about around prioritizing the needs of our children and making sure that any climate finance is also supporting early childhood development actions. Vinaka.
Yeah, probably. Thank you so much. And thank you to all the panelists. This, like I said, it is an honor. And I have learned so much from all of you over the years. And I was just sitting here thinking, you're probably experiencing right now what I have experienced for many years, this alphabet soup of acronyms related to climate change and the climate change negotiations. And that is why we have a responsibility as people who work in the space of early childhood development to reach out to our counterparts in other ministries that are more directly related to climate change and environmental policy. We have to do that because they have the technical knowledge and we have the technical knowledge about ECD. And as we have discussed for now more than 5 years, it is fundamentally intertwined. ECD and climate change are connected. So the organizations and the government agencies and ministries that deal with both issues have to be connected. So thank you again for being my teachers in the climate negotiation space. And I am inviting all of you, as we are doing little by little in the Pacific region, to start building these kinds of workshops where your climate experts can sit down with your ECD experts, and you will have the excellent result of somebody like Director Clarence, who rightfully comes from the world of education, so he has a step in our direction already, but is also somebody who has now been sensitized on the importance of ECD and can recognize opportunities that would not have been visible to him before. So think about that when you're thinking about the implementation of this connection. And now, a friend that I just made about 10 minutes ago, but I have been following for a long time, because Vanuatu has been a leader. As I have to say, the Pacific region is the moral leader in the world for climate change issues, and you have to give yourself some recognition for that. You have shown the world that this is real, it is existential, and it is happening now. And so with your moral presence in the climate negotiations, whatever advances have been made due to your work. And the rest of the world has benefited from that. Anyway, we've been following the work in Vanuatu, and I want to give him the opportunity to re-emphasize how this is not just a matter of financing and resources, it is also a matter of human rights.
Thank you, moderator. Honorable ministers, all protocols observed. Vanuatu is not isolated from any one of you in this room. We all face the same challenges. Climate change. In the last recent years, we have been faced with changes of pattern of cyclones. We have been faced with the rise of sea level. Last year, the pattern changes. It changes the whole setting of a cyclone season. And it also changes how cyclones emerge. We have a twin category 4 cyclone in just 2 days apart. We have the cyclone bearing during the middle of the year where everybody was supposed to enjoy life. Yesterday when we were having a discussion with my minister from Marshall Islands and Kiribati, there was something that I wasn't aware of, the number of population from within the region. When we were discussing about the population of people within the region, I was shocked and I was Googling to see how many people from within the countries. And it is alarming that we're having a lot of children within the region. Now the question is, are they going to enjoy the same benefit like we do? Vanuatu in 2022-23 has taken the lead to prominent advocate for the climate justice, emphasizing the devastating impacts of climate change and on its communities and environments, recognizing the global nature of the crisis. Vanuatu has actively engaged in international legal efforts to hold major emitters accountable and to promote stronger climate action. The International Court of Justice has begun a platform for climate-related disputes and advisory opinions. Notably, Vanuatu has expressed interest in seeking the ICJ's advisory opinion on the obligations of states regarding climate change, particularly concerning the responsibilities to protect vulnerable nations from the adverse effects of climate change. Such an opinion could clarify international legal obligations, strengthen climate diplomacy, and guide future policy and accountability measures. Overall, Vanuatu's involvement highlights the importance of international legal mechanisms like the ICJ in addressing climate change, advocating for legal clarity on state responsibilities and supporting vulnerable nations in their fight for climate justice. This afternoon, we are here to discuss and see the rights of our children for tomorrow. What is rights? What is it that they're going to enjoy? The Vanuatu government has been putting a lot of effort in addressing issues from within the national level. It has created ministries, departments, and policies to address issues in relation to climate change, in relation to addressing issues of natural disasters that emerge from climate change. Recently, we have established relationships through networking from between different ministries to advocate for climate change and ECD. And that is yet to be developed as we are all working towards action number 10. Vanuatu is committed to seeing that happen, and we are now working on reviewing all our policies to reflect ECD and climate change. We have also been working with the ADB to build evacuation centers from around the country. So right now we are having constructions of new evacuation centers that will address the issue of rights of children during times of disaster. We're also working on addressing the issues of relocation of schools. And we have done that in one of our remote islands in the south to relocate the school from where it was to another higher level. So we are putting a lot into protecting our children. We have also established mechanisms in place under the Ministry of Justice to monitor, especially in relation to data collection. And as soon as we return back home, we will be launching a new data management system that we will use not only during the normal operations of what we do, but it will be helpful in times of disaster, especially when we are facing a lot of migration in this time. It is really, really difficult when it comes to providing support in times of disaster. The question that I want to pose to us today is, what is resilience in ECD and climate change? We have heard this morning that we might, or we have been, abusing the word resilience in some way. We could be using the word resilience to our children. But does the word resilience protect the rights to enjoy the benefit that we enjoy today? Thank you.
And thank you very much. I was remembering the very wise words that were said in the last panel about the winds, the spirits from the ground and the spirits from beyond the horizon. And if I have learned anything about the issue of climate change, is that there are no spirits from beyond the horizon. We are all on the same ground, and we have to figure out a way of working together, whether it is as a Pacific region or it is as a global community. And again, the Pacific region has been leading the way, and it is an opportunity, this discussion is an opportunity for bringing that moral leadership to the connected issue of ECD and climate change. And with that, I want to open it for questions and for comments from the ministers present. But I don't see anybody with microphones, so give us a second.
Can we use these microphones? Hey, thank you guys for the presentation. That was amazing, especially the one from the RMI. I want to talk about food because I love food. But food security, we all know, right? That climate change affects agriculture through droughts, floods, and changing weather patterns, leading to like food shortages, malnutrition in like early childhood, right? So my question is, what are other countries doing to, deal with this situation, right? Food insecurity, water shortages. What are some of the things that other countries are doing that we can also learn from? If you guys can answer that question. Thank you.
I just want to be very sure because you weren't quite close to the microphone. Did everybody in the back hear his question? Okay, great. So I am going to pass it to the panelists. Do you have any examples?
Thank you, Minister, for the question. One of the simplest form of food security, and I believe for the RMI and for the Marshallese people, is embedded within the culture. And in the culture, it calls for people who reside in the chief's territory or waido to plant foods. Yeah? In the recent years, we've experienced, of course, droughts and frequent inundation. While we're trying to replant, senile plants, indigenous plants, there is also a concerning development that is happening, and I'm sure the representative from RMI understand this. If you go around, especially in the Laura area, and I've witnessed this. And before I used to go like, wow, when you see people go out and start building their own building, what they do, they just go out and just bulldozer all the coconut trees and whatnot. And some people see that as a very clean place. Yeah? I see that as a loss of not only biodiversity, but food security. Now, there are ways to kind of mitigate that. Instead of like just clean all your waido or your piece of land, just clean that one place that you need to build your house, yeah? And then start replanting the senile trees. And as your newer trees come up, start chopping them down. That will prevent loss of food. And some people used to say, and they're still telling me that, wow, this land is beautiful without all the, And I look at them and say, I feel sorry for the people. They don't have food, and they won't have food for the next 5-6 years.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. For Samoa around food security, I think I did mention the district development project. So Samoa's actually used it to address a lot of their issues, and one of them was food security. I know in 2021, when it was first introduced, up to about 70% of the districts actually allocated their funds to purchase within the agriculture arena. So it was around a plantation. For Samoa, I feel there is not much concern at the moment with food security. Everyone has a plantation. I mean, I do at the back of my home as well. But the district development project, 51 million tala, certainly has supported the districts in looking at what some of these key issues are, and food security was one of them. I know the Ministry of Agriculture, I wish they were here right now to provide some statistics, but we are pretty strong in utilizing the 1 million tala that each of the districts are getting to address this issue. In regards to water, I know water was another concern. We've been blessed in this country with that, but certainly something that we're also addressing through some of the partnerships that we have with Japan and UNICEF in looking at water scarcity. Thank you.
Thank you. I think for Vanuatu, our government have introduced what we call backyard gardening. And they have been advertising that and also providing seedlings, providing everything for individuals to, and encouraging everyone to practice backyard gardening. So that is an ongoing practice now for us back home.
So I just wanted to take it up to the regional level in terms of policy. So one is the 2050 strategy, so I'm just going to plug it here. So the 2050 strategy also talks about, in the 7 pillars, one in the people-centered development pillar talks about people and health and education. So as part of that, around caring for our environment, food security, WASH. But also there's a pillar specifically on environment, climate change and environment, which looks at land and ocean environment. So while we look at food security, at land resources and protecting it, it also focuses on our ocean and the health of our ocean as part of that food systems work. Also, at COP, as part of the climate negotiations, there's a negotiation on the Kornivia negotiations, a protocol. It's named after Kornivia, which is a place in Fiji, which houses our agriculture college. And so at COP, the Kornivia group or negotiations is focused specifically on, one on agriculture, but specifically around food security, but also food systems as part of that as well.
Sorry, and just to add on with the district development project, there is an operational guidelines. The operational guidelines actually has a thematic areas. It's already been identified as a key different issues throughout nationally. So when the projects are actually identified, they have to tick which area that they are actually addressing. So the role of the Ministry of Women, Community and Social Development is to ensure that they have a very, very good understanding of the key issues across the districts. And when those are highlighted, it's actually to monitor, to go out and sit down with that district and note that these are some of the concerns, and then leave it with them to come up with the projects, because we all know it is actually better for the onus is on them for the projects to come from them, because then that's the buy-in for them to own that. Thank you.
Thank you all. I think it's worth mentioning that again, in this interwoven relationship between ECD and climate change, when you're talking about food security for a baby, you're talking about a different matter altogether, because you have to ensure that the provider of that food, which is for the most part at the beginning of life going to be the mother, is attended to so that they can breastfeed if that's going to happen. And so this is one more reason why when we are talking about agriculture and food security, we have to include the topic of early childhood development. Because when we include that topic, we can extend that discussion about food security to, are we sure that mothers are nourished well enough to breastfeed, and when they are doing so, they are being attended to in all of the dimensions necessary for that experience to be successful for the healthy development of that child. Any other questions? Yes.
Thank you, Adrian. I've got two parts to my question, which, different topics, but linked, that were sort of came to mind listening to the things that we've discussed. And the first one probably directed at yourselves, Adrian and Clarence, and this has to do with the regional work conversation and climate finance, right? Now, in Kiribati, when we tend to think about the islands that have the most similar context to us, they would be Marshall Islands, Tuvalu, and Kiribati. So we tend to group ourselves together. So I guess my question is, what would it take for us to start doing more work together in that regional context for our islands to work together to do those things, to access climate finance based on these issues, obviously ECD, food security and all of that, because obviously we're all doing the same thing in different countries and with a very fragmented approach, and we're doing a lot of projects that should be financed by climate finance but are not, because it's just too difficult, too challenging to access. So we're actually, getting the support that we need through other mechanisms and not using climate finance the way it should be used. So that's the first question, and shall I run along with the second one as well? It's all relevant. And this will probably come across to the rest of the panel as well. Melinia, when you were talking about the political climate champions, it made me wonder two things. Well, first of all, how does that come about? What's the process? And obviously I'm interested, right? Because I had a look, and obviously the minister from Nuer is by herself with some men in that conversation. So that's one part. But the other thing that it made me wonder is we know that Australia has obviously got its bid in for COP31 and it's wanting to do work for the Pacific region. So I'm wondering what either the political champions are doing to support that bid and what's happening regionally to support that bid, given that Australia is doing this work for the Pacific, and what is the Pacific doing to support that bid, which I think is very important, because if we've got one of our Pacific partners and the one that contributes the most to support the Pacific region, what are we doing to support its bid for COP31? Thank you.
I will let Director Clarence begin with that first question, and I have a little bit to add to that, but obviously he's the more qualified to answer that question.
Thank you. I'm not sure if you're aware, but it's like a coalition of atoll nations. They call themselves CANCC. It stands for Coalition of Atolls Nation Against Climate Change. And in this particular space, it addresses the issue by atoll nation, which are very unique in their own nature. Yeah? For one, SLR or sea level rise is, I believe, the most threatening impact on these four atoll nations. That will impact not only food, but also land degradation, as well as erosion. There was, I think, about 7 years ago, there was a discussion among the four atoll nations to come up with what they call a center of excellence. Yeah, that will bring in people from not only the four atoll nations, but experts from outside to teach and also to train the local people, especially on how food security, and other impact of climate change that are affecting the atoll nation should be addressed. And also the data that are needed to either elevate an atoll or other means that the other nation would like to adapt to the impact of SLR or sea level rise. For our MI, in our what we call it the PEPCHLMI or our NAP, National Adaptation Plan, one of our forward-looking aspect is to see how we can build 1 or 2 islands to elevate to the level that it will stay resilient and adaptive to the impact of sea level rise. Now, I must say that with the adaptation activities comes a high cost, a high price to conduct adaptation. Because you may have to either move people around to elevate lands, and this has been done in the Maldives. They've done this kind of scenario where they have elevated land, but it's not something that is cheap, and most donors, they would rather invest in mitigation because their return on investment is rather quick, and they make money other than spending money on adaptation. But that is what we really need as a atoll nation, because we have no higher grounds, right? All we have to do is adapt, build up to the future impact of sea level rise.
Thank you. Your question gives me an opportunity to do something that I haven't done and I definitely should do, which is that while I work out of Yale University and the University of Maine, where I'm a researcher, this work is actually being supported by UNICEF Pacific. And so I guess part of the answer to your question is a request to UNICEF Pacific is an opportunity for this work to be extended to other countries. Currently, in this cycle of consultation that I'm working on, I am working with Samoa, Marshall Islands, and Palau. But I'm glad she said after Samoa. But here's the thing. There's also a conversation that I'm having with Fiji and the University of the South Pacific to start a fellowship program, because I believe, as somebody who comes from a country that was colonized, which is Puerto Rico, that building capacity at the local level is very important. So I love coming to the Pacific. I love being here. But my intention is to make myself unnecessary at some point. And so we are working very actively to reproduce this capacity so that you have native knowledge. So there are 2 answers to the question. If you requested it, there is a possibility of extending the work towards this. If the Marshall Islands request it from me, I will work with them in whatever fashion they ask me to build a coalition if that's what they want to do. The other side of it is, let's work together to build capacity so that there are experts at the Pacific region that can do this work. And that will take a little bit longer, but that is also important and necessary. And I am really eager to support that process. So now to the second question.
Thank you. Thank you, Minister. On the process for the Pacific Political Climate Champions, so the current cohort were the first political climate champions. Their term ended actually last year. So we are going into a call for the new round of political champions. So as we do through the Pacific Islands Forum Secretariat, notification comes through our circular process, and so through to Foreign Affairs, and then they disseminate that. And so as part of that will be the Pacific Political Climate Champion on Gender Equality and Social Inclusion. And so that is the opportunity where, as we've been talking about, how can we use that position to better integrate early childhood development into that GESI advocacy space at that political level. With regards to COP31, the Pacific has been working with Australia and providing the support as necessary for their bid to COP31 as well.
but we're all here, and you mentioned it, and this might be new to people that are sitting here that are not part of climate directorates or ministries of the environment. So keep that in mind, supporting the bid of Australia to become the host for the COP31, which will happen in next year, is really important because the presidency of the COP has a really big say on what the agenda for the COP is going to be. And the Australians are calling for a Pacific COP, which is facing towards the Pacific. So as you're hearing about this in your different governments, keep it in mind because anything that can be done to support that bid is works in favor of every Pacific country with the support from the Australians. Any other question or comment?
I just had one more comment to share, probably directly addressing something that Clarence raised, and does move towards the regionalism. Actually, we did travel to New Caledonia to visit the sites where they have scories, which is a resource that is derived from the mining. It's an aggregate. And so there is a regional offer coming from France that if the islands which are interested in accessing, they've got 27 million tonnes of scories, which is used for reclaimed land, coastal protection and landfill, that they've encouraged Kiribati to take the lead on that conversation, to invite the countries that are interested for that regional offer where they will provide funding to deliver scories to those Pacific islands. And obviously Marshall Islands was also in that part of that conversation. But also I'm sharing it in case there are other Pacific islands that are interested in being part of that conversation.
Thank you. I'm not going to offer much in terms of where we had in terms of sea mining. I don't believe we have made that our position clear. It's still discussed at the highest level. So I'm not going to comment further on sea level. I mean sea mining.
Okay, are there any final remarks from before we conclude this session? Okay, thank you very much to the panel. Thank you. Let's put our hands together to thank the panelists and also to Adrian for being the moderator for that session. Okay, well, we're coming to the end of the day, day 2, and I don't know about you, but I feel knackered. Not from being present all day, but there's certainly information overload. Tons of information, starting from the morning, discussing culture. That was a powerful session. And then to faith. That was also another deeply felt one. So we've discussed a lot, and it's hard to remember everything, and I'm sure UNICEF has captured, the organizers have captured all the ideas and concepts that we've discussed so that we can take those forward. So just a reminder that we start again at 8:30 tomorrow morning, and we need to be seated by then. I sort of said about a dinner, but I've been corrected. There's no dinner, is only for those who are funded. But there's a cocktail outside those doors as we walk out. So before we conclude today, again, we need to thank the Lord for bringing us to the end of the day and with our deliberation and wisdom that was shared. So I'm going to ask the smallest country in the Pacific, the head of Tokelau, to say a prayer to conclude our meeting today. Lewa Fionga.
Thank you, Master of Ceremony. I pray in my mother tongue. Let us pray. Tomato watua, tomato tamana. E mātou e whakawhetai ki tō aloha, whakawhetai ki tō anga ni lei, kua ka iku mutu manuia, nā ngā luenga huafuangia mō tēnei aka. Whakawhetai ki tō nganga, tāpū, na tāki ei, nā maha haunga, au wahe manuia, tulumanaki, whanau te pahe wika. Mātou ka hai mātou malolonga, mātou e tangi atu ki te koe, koe koe kanatu ki tō langi, tō mai ko ni manuia, mō ki mātou mai te oputianga ka tō tēnei. Mai ke tū mau ki te koe te vikinga, ma te mamalu, ke pālawa ki te whakawawau. Amen.
Amen. Thank you very much and enjoy your evening. Thank you.